Yes, in every day we're faced with assignments where we need to advise government in terms of policy, and many a times these decisions are incorporated. However, the government has a leeway for the interest of the whole nation to, at some point, to overturn such decisions.
Wow, I think so far so good. I like what I'm seeing as far as the growth of this society is going. I felt that there was a missing link in many areas as far as the profession is concerned. And for now, I can see change coming.
So please welcome Dr. Moi with a huge round of applause.
After a policy is approved and we start the implementation process, it is many of you who sit as bureaucrats who actually implement those policies.
Monitoring and evaluation plays a very significant role in the public sector in effective and meaningful implementation of policies, programs, and projects.
Report writing is an important aspect which is evergreen with us. Wherever we are, we need to produce reports.
So where we have limitations of resources, time, of course, where we have challenges, our body responds in particular ways, but of course, the responses are not specific.
Thank you. Let's believe and pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we give you praise. We give you honor, dear Lord, for the bright morning that you have given unto us. We worship you and magnify your holy name. We commit this day into your able hands, dear Lord. We pray for your guidance, dear Lord. We pray for the success of all the presentations and the discussion that we are going to have. And dear Lord, when we shall see successful end of the day, we'll remember to give you glory and honor. For this we pray, trusting, believing, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
I'd like to begin with a quote from someone called Alvin Toffler. And he says, "The illiterate of the future will not be the person who cannot read. It will be the person who does not know how to learn." It means that it begs the question, why are we here? We are not here because we don't know what is being presented. We are here because we want to learn how we can do it differently and how we can do it better. Sindio? So as economists, we are here to see if we can improve our competence, if we can improve our skills. So members, welcome to day 4. So if I can have volunteers who can give us maybe just 3 or 4 people who can just tell us something that they picked on those topics. Maybe that will suffice as our recap.
Good morning. I'm Emmanuel Kipruta from Head of Public Service. I think yesterday we started our day with forecasting. It was being presented by Dr. Alex Oguso. And we saw the types of forecasting. We saw the approaches. We have the naive approach, incremental approach. We also have the coastal approach. And we have another one which is hybrid. We saw the types of model, financial model, economic models. And I think that was all on on forecasting. Maybe someone else will give us on the second session.
The second session?
Good morning. I'm Emma. Yesterday we learned about modeling and the different types of modeling, the financial, economic. That's what I can remember.
I'm Kibet Yegon from the National Police Service. Yesterday we also taken in the afternoon through the issues of proposal writing, that is, and the mistakes we make in doing it, the best way we can do report writing. And I think we learned a lot. I may not be remembering the nitty-gritty of it. But for it to attract a grant, we must write, there was a good procedure. I can state vividly head by head, but I also took notes, and I hope my colleagues did the same. But thank you. Maybe I can just mention the modeling tools, which we were told that there is Excel, there is R, there is Python, and there is the specialized.
You'll agree with me, those were very critical sessions. We wanted to have a diverse areas of training so that we can capture all the sectors, the private sector, government, NGOs, development partners. So I think that recap was good. You can see that people were paying attention. Thank you so much for the ones who have contributed.
So good morning. Morning once again. Yeah, so again, like the 3 days that we have been here, we once again appreciate you. We will continue appreciating you because you are the people who make us strong. Your institutions make us strong, and I think we have been promising many times that we will try our best to make ESK better than even LSK. I'm not saying LSK is the best, but I'm just saying we are moving steadily, and I think with the time, we will be all over. Our footprints will be in every county. What I did not tell you, or maybe you already know, because we normally post what we do in our social media platforms, we are now working very closely with the church, with the government, and with the private sector. So recently we had an engagement with the Diocese of Kakamega. They are doing a very good job over there in terms of environmental conservation, peace building, and social justice. So what we said is, because they are receiving a lot of funding, and we think that they may not be having that technical know-how to undertake some of the activities under the same projects, we thought we should come in and assist them. And in so doing, we are also opening another channel where ESK can resource mobilize. Remember, that has been our major topic here. So we will be mobilizing resources using different channels. One of it is entering into MOUs. You remember the first day we had ARC here, and they promised to give us support, including financial. So we do not want to be, when we have a function like this, we do not want to put too much cost on it. We will be subsidizing almost everyone. So you need to pray for us and continue supporting us. I can see our presenter is here, Dr. Eliud Moy from Kipra.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted this morning to be in the midst of colleague economists. And I want to thank the management team of the society for engaging us. I think this is the second time we are being invited to facilitate a session. And we want to thank you for that partnership. And we want to promise that we will always respond when you call on us, especially in these professional engagements, because we are established as a professional institute. And so I'll take you through the public policy making in Kenya. And the first thing to note is that public policy making is a process. It's not an event. And that is why when we, previously when we would have what we call roadside pronouncements, people used to struggle and ask, is that policy? Public policy is a process. Supposed to be a process and not an event. And it's also participatory because it touches on the public. Now, I know I'll present, I'll go through several aspects of public policy, but I want to start with this statement, which is attributed to one of the gurus in public policy called Savras, and he says public policy does not have teeth, but it bites. Public policy does not have teeth, but it bites. And I like using an analogy that from the time you are born up to when you die, public policy takes you through the entire life cycle. In other words, it is public policy that prescribes how you will be born. You cannot be aborted. If you are aborted, public policy says you have violated. And public policy will ensure that you are taken care of well as a baby. And that's why we have postnatal and, is it postnatal and antenatal? Public policy will prescribe. Until when you start going to school, public policy will make sure schools are established and that you go to school. They make sure that, public policy makes sure that you get enough food, adequate food and nutrition. And then you'll grow. Public policy will make sure that you go to good hospitals and so forth. And even when you die, public policy will prescribe that you are not thrown to the dogs. So that is why Savra says that public policy does not have teeth but bites, because it influences all aspects of the society. The road that you have moved on this morning was constructed because there was public policy. So if you look at all the aspects of any system, then you'll find that public policy has a heavy impact or a heavy footprint. Now, I'll start by trying to dig into the concept of policy, because for us to understand public policy well, we have to understand the concept itself. So we shall be dealing with the concept of policy and to try and see what is policy all about. Now, so if you want to dig in the background of a concept, you do what we call an etymology of that concept. And so the etymology of the word policy attributes the origin of this word to ancient Greek. Ancient Greek. And all of us know that nearly all the old philosophers, they came from Greek. It's a small country. Right now it is a bit shaky, but you know that in the past it was a very powerful kingdom. All the great philosophers are from Greece. Socrates. Which others? Philosophers. Are we together? I don't want this to be a monologue. I would like it to be a dialogue because we are equals. Just because I'm here doesn't mean I know more than you. Plato is a philosopher. He was a Greek. Another philosopher? Aristotle. Now, so the Greek word for policy was polis. I don't know whether they pronounce it like that, but that's how it is written. And that is the Greek word that originated the English word we use today called policy. And it was used to refer to city-state. And it was used to refer to city-state because at this time, people were moving to cities. People started moving from what we call rural areas to urban areas, and forming cities, and forming small towns, forming municipalities, and so forth. And so polis was used to refer to this in terms of governance, in other words, when people have come together and they are coming to a place which is not properly organized. So how do you organize that place in terms of utilities? How do you organize that place in terms of law, in terms of order, and so forth? So polis was used to refer to how that city-state would be organized in terms of governance. Now, this concept then moved into Latin, and the use of the word in Latin is that word there. And it also referred to the state and government. So in Latin, it actually now referred to the entire state or the government. Again, in terms of governance, when you have a government, then how do you govern? Or if you are in government, how do you govern the citizens? And so that was the reference. And then it evolved into Middle English, and that is the concept. And in Middle English, this concept referred to what we call today as policy, rules, law, regulation, and so forth. But today, we use the word policy. And those of you who are public policy students, you know that if you take any public policy handbook or public policy document or public policy textbook, you get many definitions, depending on which author is defining public policy. And so today, the definition I give you is the definition we use in our public policy handbook for the government, which was approved last year by Cabinet, and also the guidelines were approved last year by the Cabinet. And I'm hoping that all of us have had to interact with the public policy handbook. Let me see by show of hands anybody who has interacted with the public policy handbook. Show of hands. I can see one hand there, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is likely that maybe this is the first time you are hearing about this. But I think my advice then would be that we can share a soft copy. The public policy handbook was developed so that we can, and it was spearheaded by the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. I was a member of the team that developed the public policy handbook, which is supposed to streamline public policy formulation in the country. And then the guidelines were also approved. And so when you prepare your policy document today, it has to follow those guidelines. If it doesn't follow them, then it will likely be rejected when it goes to for approval by your CS, and also it will not even reach Cabinet. Now, in this slide, we still dug into the etymology of this word and asked ourselves, which other words have the root word polis? This is the Greek word. Which other word originate from the word polis? And so you find the word policy, you find the word police, and you find the word politics. And where I come from, sometimes there are people who cannot differentiate between this and that word. And that explains why the two go together. Policy, police, and politics. And we know that policy making is a political game. And sometimes when you are a technical expert in public policy, you need actually to balance between politics and your technical skills. If you do the best policy document for instance, a politician, it may be the best technically, but if the politician does not buy into it, it is as good as junk. And so the politics of policy making is important. And we can't ignore politics in policy making. So what is public policy then? We define this as a statement of government commitment or government intent. It's a statement of government intention or government commitment. It articulates basic principles to be pursued to attain specific goals. So it is a statement of government commitment. Government is committing to do this, and so it has to do it. But we know very well that on the side of the world where we live, that word commitment does not make sense, as much as we define it like that. That's why we are promised the big 4, but we end up with the big nothing. because there's no commitment. We promise, but we don't deliver. Tunasema na hatufanye nini? So it is supposed to be a government commitment, and that is why you cannot take your cabinet secretary to court because a policy was not implemented. And you cannot take the president to court because a policy was not implemented. But for a law, you can do it. Because law goes with what we call, the term is escaping my mind. And this question comes more often because people usually ask, in Kenya we have come up with very good policies, but how comes that we are still struggling with some of the problems we inherited from the Mzungu in 1963? The biggest problem is commitment. You look at the first session of paper that we prepared after independence, you find implementation was less than 30%. Very good statements, but implementation is still a challenge. And so, policy goes with commitment, and I usually say that what actually determines commitment are the values. And you know very well that in our Constitution, we have 17 principles and national values of what? Now, so many of you know that the other day, when President Trump came into power, he has signed many executive orders, including one which suspended aid that supports a lot of projects in developing countries. Now, if you follow and see how that directive was implemented, even here locally, because I know we have been running a USAID-funded project, which was actually suspended, the implementation of that directive is 100%. They gave a directive that on 24th of January, you stop spending any money from USAID. So if you had hired office space and you are paying, you are told, stop at that point. And everything stopped. And staff were told, don't go to office, stay at home. Now that is because the governance of the US government has something called commitment. And that's why if you follow the presidents in countries whose democracies are more established, commitment is very high. What they promise, they deliver. And some of them, if they don't deliver, they resign. They go home. But here, when our politicians don't deliver, our governors and so forth, and you tell them to go home, they say now they are being targeted. So their clan comes and says, we are being attacked. Now, so commitment is one of the things that is important in that. And so the next question is, what then makes public policy public? One of the first things that makes public policy public is because they are informed by public input and feedback. In other words, public policy is not complete until feedback from the public is taken into account. And also it's public because a greater variety of people and interests are contained in public policy. In other words, if we are developing a public policy, it has to respond to a greater variety of interests. So if you go to a county, and in that county, for instance, we find that maybe is only about, say, 50 homes or 30 homes where there's domestic violence. That would not be a public policy issue. But if we find that about 75 or 85 or 90% of the households in that county actually face domestic violence, that becomes a public issue. And so public interventions will be required. Again, public policy It's public because decisions involve the use of public resources. When we start implementing our policy, we draw on public resources, and public resources are contributed by the citizens. So citizens have a right. They have a right to have their voices taken into account when we are doing or developing public policy. And also we know that public or the citizens are the source of political authority. You will see that when policies are being approved, they also go through approval processes where politicians are involved. The president is chosen because we voted and put him into office. And so it is the citizens who put them in those offices. You will see that there is no policy, there is no law that will be approved without having a political element, but all those guys holding political offices, your governors, your MCAs, those ones who are fighting all the time, it is citizens who gave them political authority. And so citizens also should have power to actually withdraw that authority. Now, it's also public because success is measured by maximum social gain. So we look at the benefits of policy on citizens. So we compare the benefits and the costs and say a policy is good because it has a positive net benefit. That benefit also is on citizens. That's why we call it social, maximum social gain to citizens. By the way, policy, when we do policy, all policies are usually selfish interests directed at human beings. When we are developing a wildlife policy, it's not because we are actually interested in making wildlife the focus. The focus is the human being, because we want to draw tourists to come and see our wildlife. So eventually it trickles down to us, the human beings. Now, so why is public policy then needed? Why is public policy then needed? We have three pillars which help us understand that. The first one is the economic rationale. And from the economic standpoint, we need public policy to address three main things. One, to address what we call market failure. Market failure. The assumption is that markets should provide goods and services to citizens. So when you want bread, you go to a supermarket. When you want water, you can buy from a shop, and so forth. And we assume that those markets work perfectly well. They give you a nice price, and that price is a price that reflects the costs of production, so that markets don't exploit citizens. But we know very well that people who run markets are actually self-interested individuals who want to generate maximum profit. And so because they want to do that, markets start failing because they start overcharging us, they start polluting the environment and so forth. And so we need policy to deal with market failure. We need policy to deal with the failure of markets. When markets don't provide citizens with the goods and services that they need at the prices that reflect the cost of production, then we have to intervene and say, if you are charging a price, your price has to look like this. And so when you go to the financial sector, for instance, you will find that we have institutions who are called regulators. We know we have the Central Bank of Kenya. It regulates banks. Now, if central bank is not there, banks can lend you money at a very high interest rate. So central bank comes in to make sure the interest rates that banks charge are fair to the borrowers or to the consumers. And many other sectors, especially. So regulation is one of the instruments or the tools that we use to contain market failure. Now, the next one is where we deal with public goods. And public goods are goods that private sector does not find attractive to go in, because either profit comes slowly over a long time. But entrepreneurs want profit today so that they keep their enterprise running. So if you tell a private investor to build a road, they will need a lot of capital to put up that road, but the return will be so slow, coming after a long time. So these goods that have a public good feature, they actually need what we call government provision. So government has to provide these goods, including roads and others, defense, and we know that a good like defense is never in the hands of private sector. For strategic reasons, it's only government that can offer defense services to its citizens, and it's because of that argument. And then we have what we call externalities. Externalities are the negative effects that you get by the effects on third parties, which affect third parties, but the consumption is being done by one party. Now, of course, the best example we usually use is pollution. When we are producing goods and services, we pollute the environment. Today, we are talking about climate change, which we know that much of it has been caused by the release of pollutants into the environment. And so government comes to deal with externalities, comes to deal with spillovers. Now, from a social perspective, we develop policy to promote fairness. To promote fairness and also to promote social justice. And that's why we talk about concerns like equity. We have concerns like equality. We have concerns about the marginalized. Today we talk about PWDs. We are talking about marginalized groups and so forth. So this is because of the socio-economic rationale for policy. And then political rationale is mainly based on accountability, transparency, and things that help us to improve governance. Now, in terms of some of the attributes of public policy, now the first one is that public policy is usually purposive and goal-oriented. It's purposive and goal-oriented. Now, when it says goal-oriented, the word goal has a connotation that it looks forward. It is a long-term, it has to have a long-term view. And so when we develop policy, we have to look forward, because public policy is not about yesterday, and it's not about today. It's about tomorrow and going forward. And so if we do a nice public policy, it means it has to comprehend the future. And so when you go to policy analysis, you know very well that we emphasize what is called forecasting. When we do budget, why do we do forecasting? 3 years in advance, because we have to look at the future. We have to look at the future. We can learn from the past, but policy has to tell us how the future should look like. And that's why today people are looking forward, talking about Vision 2030, Vision 2050, Vision 2067. We have to see beyond the north. Now, then public policy is a product of demand. There must be a need. All public policy is developed to solve a problem. If there is no problem, then you don't need a policy. There's no problem, you don't need policy. All policies are developed to solve a problem. So there must be a demand for policy. And when we formulate policy without a problem, then we are just wasting public resources. Now, public policy is made by public authorities on behalf of citizens. So when we sit in offices as bureaucrats and we formulate policy, we are formulating policy on behalf of Wanjiku. We are not formulating policy on behalf of ourselves. And so that policy has to reflect the interests of Wanjiku and not my own interests. And that's why we say it has to take into account the interests of the citizens. Now then, public policy will usually provide guidelines for action. And that is why usually when we do a policy document, we will also have to have how are we going to action the policy statements that we state in the policy. How will they be actioned? So either we go ahead and develop a strategy for it, or sometimes I see we put an implementation matrix in the, as an annex in the policy document, because we have to understand how we move from the policy statement to real action on the ground. And then public policy usually will presuppose a theory of social change. In other words, there is an assumption that when we implement that policy, there will be positive change. If it's an educational policy and we are putting money to educate pupils, then their literacy will go up, their numeracy skills will go up and so forth. So there will always be a positive change. And that's why we say there is usually an assumption that there would be that. Who makes public policy? Now this slide is driving home the message that all of us participate in public policy, but in different, we provide different angles to the public policy process. So this one, we know very well that I know many of us who are here, we are from the national government, we have some of you from county governments, and you prepare public policy at that level. But we also know that our public policies are also influenced by the global policy and legal frameworks. Today we know that we are guided by SDGs, for instance. So any policy you do, people will ask you, did you look at SDG number this and this? How have you domesticated that SDG? And so forth. So there are global, regional frameworks that will influence what we do. And many of you know that we also have international institutions that directly influence the policies we come up with. And I can give you many examples. I think in the 80s, we had what used to be called structural adjustment programs. They came through IMF and World Bank, and we implemented them, and people were retrenched. We closed some industries and so forth. Our cotton sector died. We liberalized our economy, and many other things happened. Where did the policy come from? It came from outside. It came from outside. And one of the critiques of that intervention was that we allowed foreigners into our bedroom to sleep with our wives. So we ended up picking structural adjustment program policies, implemented them without questioning. And many of you know that, and I know maybe we have a few here who had parents who were retrenched during that time, because they used to call it the golden handshake. It was gold that never came. People were retrenched, they were promised gold, but they got nothing. So when they were retrenched, some of them got depression and so forth, and when a study was done later on, again sponsored by World Bank, they actually found most of the people who were retrenched actually died shortly after the retrenchment exercises. And so it was called adjustment without a human face. Now, we know the role of civil society, we know the role of academia and research, we know the role of the media and many others. So this slide is not comprehensive, but that's the message. What are some of the types of policies that we develop? We would have policies that are distributive, or you can call them allocative, these ones usually, they allocate resources towards public interest. So when we are budgeting, we allocate money to sectors and subsectors and counties and so forth. This is an allocation role. And then we have others which are redistributive. These ones, they modify the distribution of existing resources in the broader sense. And then we have regulatory policies. These ones usually condition and constrain individual and collective behavior. And regulatory policies are usually the most unpopular, because human beings, they like comfort zones. But regulatory policy tries to jack them out of the comfort zone, and so usually regulators will face opposition when they try to regulate sectors. You impose taxes, you impose restrictions and so forth. And then we have stabilization policies, and these ones usually help us to deal with what we call risk. They help us deal with risk. For instance, in the cereal sector, many of you know about the National Cereals and Produce Board. We know it was established so that it stabilizes prices of cereal, because during harvest, prices will fall very low. And when we have deficits, the prices of, say, like maize, they go very high. So to make the prices stabilize, the board was formed to help stabilize that through a concept we call buffer stocks and stabilization mechanisms. And so, but there are many examples, including what CBK does and so forth, to make sure that, say, like, for instance, the exchange rate. The CBK makes sure that the exchange rate does not fluctuate too much, because when it fluctuates too much, it discourages investors. When prices fluctuate too much, it means there's too much risk in investing. You don't know the price tomorrow, and you are putting your money there. Investors like to project the future so that they can make proper investment decisions. Now, in terms of the cycle through which policy goes through, usually it starts with the problem, like I said. That is the first stage, problem identification. It means we have to understand what problem are we dealing with. What is the problem? And then this has to be escalated onto what we call the public policy agenda. For instance, you can identify a policy issue, but if it does not escalate to the agenda, and we know that, for instance, if you go to national government, we have cabinet. Cabinet will always have an agenda for their meetings. And so the question is, when cabinet are convening, is that issue one of the issues on the agenda? If the ministry is having a meeting, or the State Department is having a meeting, and they are making decisions, is that issue that has been identified one of the issues on the agenda? Because if we do a meeting will always have agenda items. And usually items that have priority are put on top of the agenda. The ones that have less priority can even be put at the bottom of the agenda. And if your issue is at the bottom, it is unlikely to get public approval and public attention. When I say public, it means political, because a lot of these a decision will be made after the issue is seen to be important for us to develop policy. And that is why it has to be to get onto the agenda. And once it's agreed that it is a policy issue that requires intervention, we shall move to draft or develop the policy. And we shall see the process that that goes through. And then that policy will have to be legitimized. I know if we use the concept in the In the textbook, they use the word approval, but legitimization goes beyond approval. Legitimization means it will be approved, but it will also have to go through processes including public participation. So the public have to legitimize that document. Stakeholders have to legitimize that document. Internal stakeholders have to legitimize it. And then if you have the cabinet will approve. So approval and legitimization, approval is part of legitimization of the document, and then we shall implement the policy, and then we are supposed, of course this cycle, and I'll explain that, then we shall be, as we implement, we shall be monitoring and evaluating, and then if we get it right, then we can either terminate the policy, or we can continue, we can review it, and then the cycle moves on. Now, we usually use this cycle, which is a neat cycle, but actual public policy does not follow that neat cycle. It's a back and forth process, and sometimes you reach the legitimization here, your draft is rejected. I think you know even many policies that citizens have gone to court and protested, and then they are sent back, and so you go and start again at some other level. So this cycle is just to help us understand some of the key stages. Now, in terms of some tenets of good public policies, so the next two slides look at these tenets. One is forward-looking, meaning a good public policy must comprehend the future. Must comprehend the future. So if we develop a policy today, and you tell me you want to review it after 2 years, then it means you did not have very good foresight. Because you have to look into as far much into the future as possible. And that's why good public policy documents will have a longer span. A span which is longer than a strategic plan. A strategic plan could have 5 years, but a policy document should have more than a 5-year span. And so that's why good policies would go 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, if you are very good at that. Now then, good policies are also outward-looking. Outward-looking meaning, when you are doing your policy, you can learn from others. So if we are developing an education policy in Kenya, we should also be able to learn from some of the countries that have the best education systems. We go to Finland, we go to Europe, some wherever, and ask ourselves, what are they doing that we are not doing that has worked well for them? So a good policy will always learn from others, because when you learn, you grow. Now, then good policies are also evidence-informed. So when we are developing policy and we are writing policy statements, are coming up with interventions, it should not be a process that originates from the gut. It's not about gut feelings. I think or I feel. It has to be supported by evidence. It has to be supported by evidence. And we get evidence we get evidence from data. We generate data. When we process data, we get evidence. And when we have enough evidence, then we have knowledge. But I usually tell people that even when you have knowledge, you need to add something to knowledge. Because you can be knowledgeable, but foolish. You have to add something called wisdom to knowledge. That's why you could have gone to school and accumulated all the degrees, but you can never be wiser than your grandfather, because your grandfather is wise, and you have knowledge. Don't we say that your grandfather can see a distance, that even you, if you climb on a tree, you cannot see that. That is what is called wisdom. Now, then good policy is also inclusive. I think you know we talk about inclusivity. It's also cross-cutting. Cross-cutting means you look across sectors that are integrated. So if I'm doing an education policy, I must understand how ICT helps education, how water is inside education, how infrastructure is inside education, how nutrition is inside education, and so forth. Now, then good policies are also flexible. I know this attribute is usually many people debate it a lot. Policy has to be flexible because sometimes there are things that happen that we could not forecast. In 2020 when we had the COVID? You have developed your policy, you have projected and so forth, and COVID happens and nothing moves. So when things happen that you could not, whatever, you have to be elastic to events as they happen. Or for instance, when we started the Vision 2030, the Vision 2030 document, we projected and said we shall be growing by 10% per annum, isn't it? GDP growth. We said GDP growth will be 10% per annum. But after the first MTP, were we close to 10%? Yeah? We only went up to 7, so so if you look at the next MTP, we must have worked it downwards, isn't it? So we had to be realistic and say maybe 10% was too high. We give ourselves a target that is realistic. And then good policy learns lessons. I've talked about that. Good policy is known and visible. Now, this one is about especially the role of communication, information and education. For instance, I've talked about the public policy handbook and the guidelines. Now, that public policy handbook, it needs to be disseminated so that you guys who develop policies, you actually know that we have new guidelines that should be guiding us. But if we don't know, then it means already this tenet is actually weak. People don't know that guidelines are there, but there are people developing policies today, and they know there are guidelines that are not. And then good policy is monitorable and evaluable. This may not be good English, but I think when you see this, you know what it means. And good policies are innovative and creative. I like using the analogy from the counties. Kipra has what is called a Kipra Public Policy Repository, and in that repository we house all policies from independence, and then we have development plans and also MTPs. We also have county policy documents, county CIDPs, and then we have presidential speeches that were able to be accessed from independence. So I wanted to give an example of the counties. When you go to the repository, you find that we have some policies which we got from counties. And when you start reading that policy document, for instance, I'm reading a public policy document from Garissa County, a water policy. And when I'm reading, I stumble on a statement that says Makueni County. Makueni County is going to provide water to every household. And this is for Garissa. And it's not only one case, but many. So it just tells you that the authors of that document did a lot of copy and paste, and they forgot to change the names. They saw a nice document in another county, and they said, yes, we wanted to do one, but one has already been done. So they go copying and pasting everything. It is a bad practice. It's not a good practice. We have to start from, you remember we have said you have to start from problem identification. If you go to a sector like water, for instance, the water problem in Garissa County is different from the water problem in Kakamega County. So if I state the problem of water in Garissa and the problem of water in Kakamega, the problem statement will be different. It will not be the same. So the interventions will also be different because they will have to pick the context of those different environments. Now, so I'll now run through this. This one is basically a bit, this content is also contained in the public policy guidelines, and also a bit of the content is in the public policy handbook. And this is how public policy then is done. It starts at the stage of initiation, and then technical teams are constituted. Policy drafting follows. Then public participation is done. Approval is done by the CS. And we know why the CS has to approve, because it's the CS who will actually defend that policy in cabinet. If there are questions asked, it will be the CS who will do that. And then cabinet will consider that and approve if it agrees with the proposal. And then there will be publication, and then it will flow to implementation. So I'll move a bit fast because I don't know how much time I still have. Now, so at the stage of policy initiation, the process can be initiated either by cabinet or the agency, the ministry, or the department that initiates that process. And that if it is initiated by cabinet, it means that that institution must provide evidence that cabinet directed the ministry to develop a policy. Because there are some policies where cabinet directs that we want you to develop a policy in this area. But it can also be initiated from the ministry, the department, or agency. But this one usually would start by a concept note, which will have to be approved by the CS. And the concept note, of course, one of the things that usually the concept note will pick is the problem and provide a deeper analysis of the problem and so forth, and the need to have a policy done. Now, once a decision is made, and you remember we talked about agenda setting. It means if you have identified a problem, you have to convince the senior officers in the, if it is a ministry, and also to convince the principal secretary and also the CS that that is a problem that actually requires public intervention. It requires government to intervene. Once it is agreed, then a technical team will be done, and that team will be constituted and given terms of reference to follow to deliver the assignment. Now, in terms of policy drafting, of course, we will have to review current issues and identify gaps. We'll look at some of the existing frameworks, both at global, regional, national. We'll have to do stakeholder mapping to know some of the stakeholders that we have to engage closely and at what stage of the process. We may hold consultative forums with stakeholders. We may analyze alternative solutions, and this is what we call policy analysis. Then we'll have to draft the policy following guidelines that are contained in the public policy handbook, and then we'll see if the policy requires legislation for implementation. Now, this is another area that has been problematic, and if you look at the guidelines, it has been dealt with because we have many laws that have been developed without supporting policy. And I'll explain. When you develop a policy document, you usually start by identifying the problem, and then you'll run through and have your interventions. One of the interventions will be a legal instrument. If you need an act of parliament, it will be one of the proposals you have in the policy document. If you need regulations, it will also have to be one of the interventions you need for you to actualize your policy. Now, when you formulate a policy, you enact a law without a supporting policy, you actually are coming up with an intervention which does not help us to understand towards which problem that intervention is being directed. Why? Because when you do a law, the first statement in an act of parliament is what we call an object clause. You start by saying the object of this act of parliament is this. And so you start with an objective. You are saying the objective of doing this is this. You can have as many objectives as you want and do as many laws as you want. And that is why when we do law without a supporting policy, we do a law, but we still have a problem. We still have, and there are many sectors, I can give you many examples, where we ran to do a law, but we didn't have a policy. And this is the logic. And politicians, I think, are more aligned to this. When a politician comes to Kipra and they say, we want you to help us do a policy, actually what they want is a law. So we usually ask them, why do you want this law? They start telling you the problem. You tell them, if you have this problem, then what you need first is a policy. And then if you need a law, it should be in the policy that you will need a law to, because law does not solve everything. Are we together? So in the guidelines, when you are coming up with a law, and we shall look at that, you are required to justify the source of that law. Do you have a policy that supports you to do a new law, and so forth? And then, of course, there's the question about you determine if Parliament, if your policy will go to Parliament to be approved as a sessional paper. Again, that's another area where there's a lot of ignorance. We get a lot of questions about when we just call our document Youth Development Policy 2019. Is it right? Is it wrong? Now, the clarification is that when a document is approved at Cabinet as a policy document, it is approved and it can be implemented as an approved public policy document. But if you have a preference that you want it to be titled as a sessional paper, I think you have seen some documents that are called sessional paper number 2 of 2025 or number 10 of 2025. If you want it to be approved as a sessional paper, then it has to be subjected to parliamentary processes where a session of parliament will discuss that document, and once approved, then it will be published as a sessional paper. Now then, of course, the draft will then be policy drafting there. Now then, of course, this is public participation. Public participation will be done. I think most of us know that it's a requirement. In some cases, we have failed to do that, and we get into a problem. So that one will have to be done, but the only thing we need to mention here is that usually when public participation is done, the evidence that you provide for having done public participation is what protects you in case you are sued that you did not do it well. You have to provide evidence. You have to have a list of who attended. You have to have evidence on what issues came up, what comments came from citizens, and you have to give evidence on how you incorporated those comments into the draft. How did you incorporate them? You have to say these ones were relevant, we address them. These ones were not because of ABCD and so forth. So many of them fail because they fail to document the evidence that proper evidence was done. So here we mentioned the cabinet memorandum. We talk about the cabinet memorandum because after the okay, so I'll wait. It's on, eh? Okay, so the policy draft will accompany the policy draft will be accompanied by a cabinet memorandum, which is a short document that provides a snapshot of the policy you want to do, and there are sections of what you need to put there. And then, of course, these two documents will have to go through the CS. The CS, once the CS is happy with these documents, then they will be approved. And once approved by the CS, they will actually, it will actually be countersigned the document will have to be countersigned by the Attorney General, because the Attorney General will always look at all the policies that are done, and it will also be countersigned by the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, because implementation of all policies will require finances. And if the policy cuts across several state departments, the CSS of all those state departments will have to countersign the cabinet memorandum. Now, so this then goes to cabinet, and once approved, then it is, like I said, it will become a valid public policy document. But if you prefer that it goes to, it becomes a sessional paper, then it will have to move on to Parliament for approval as a sessional paper. Now, then the next stage is publication, where this, of course, once it is approved, it's submitted to the AG, who forwards it to be published in the Gazette. And if it goes to Parliament, then it actually goes to AG again, who moves it to be published in the Gazette and also to be submitted to the printer. And after gazetting, then now this one is a requirement that for any policy we do, we need to have copies deposited at the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. And I think it is the State Department for Parliamentary Affairs that manages this. And then, of course, we would then have implementation, monitoring, and so forth as defined in the individual policy documents. Now, so that is the process when you are doing a policy, but allow me to move, because I think I want that one to come before this other slide. This slide, it's my last slide, but I would like to discuss it before we go through the legislation process. Now, this is the structure and outline of a public policy document as outlined in the handbook. We have preliminary sections of the public policy document. So you will have your title, you'll have your foreword, you'll have your preface. And there are requirements of, I think we know the forward will usually be written by the CS. The preface, which some people also put a stroke and call it acknowledgements, is written by the PS. Then we have the introduction. The introduction here, of course, we have, it provides a background. It has to give us a rationale. It has to give us the problem. It has to give us the policy goal, and it has to give us the policy objectives, and then it has also to give us the policy scope and the structure of your document. And then you'll have the next section, which we call the situation analysis. The situation analysis is where we are starting. Those of you who are statisticians, you know what we call the baseline. So we need to get the baseline indicators. Where we are now, where are we in terms of the sector we are dealing with? How big is the problem in terms of statistics, in terms of evidence, and other related magnitudes? And so this one will review the trends and the status. It will review the laws and regulations in that sector and identify gaps. It will review institutional frameworks and how they are coordinated, and if they are not, then identify gaps. And then the next chapter will be heavy on policy statements. What is government committing to do? Or government and stakeholders, what are they committing to do? It will be the next section, and then we would have the next session, or if you want to call it a chapter, will be the framework for implementing the policy. Now, many policies, when they are being done, sometimes we have institutional fights over who will coordinate the others. I'll give you an example, and I'm sorry if I'm using an example and you are here from that State Department. Right now, we are working, KIPRA is working on the food, the National Food and Nutrition Security Policy. The previous one was approved as a sessional paper in 2012, and now they are reviewing. They want, we are coming up with a new one. But one of the challenges in that sector is that stakeholders usually fight over who coordinates that policy. So the stakeholders who are on the nutrition side, in fact, when we had a recent meeting with them, the idea is that, of course, their proposal, the stakeholders from the nutrition side, their proposal is that they should run away with the nutrition component and leave food alone, so that they have a nutrition policy on its own and food remains hanging. But many of you know that you can't have food without nutrition, and that's why they have been together. So in this framework for implementation, we have to be very explicit on how those coordination challenges will be managed, how the interests will be dealt with. And some of the interests in sectors are usually what we call selfish interests or vested interests. Now then, of course, the next section will be monitoring and evaluation, which will tell us how we intend to track. And then we'll have policy review and annexes. I'll not go into the details. Now, so this is my last slide. And this one I didn't go into details because it's about legislation. But I told you that legislation and policy, they go together. They go together. Usually, when I make presentation, many people ask me that between a policy and a law, which one is powerful? And I tell them that's a stupid question. Because when you have done your policy, you need a law, they will work together. So by you having a law, it does not mean the law is now more important than the policy. And it does not mean the policy is more important than the law. It is that they are complementary. They are not competitive. They don't compete with each other. They complement. They complement each other. That's why when you look at developing policies, you also have to understand how to do the law. Because if in your policy document you propose to develop a law, then you have to understand how then when the policy is approved, you then begin a process to develop your law. And so here, the first stage is to initiate the process of developing this, and there are many requirements there. One of the requirements is that you have to indicate the policy upon which that law is hinged. Which policy requires this law at this stage? Now, so if that is the case, then you will constitute a technical team. And of course, the guidelines require that, I know the other day there were changes, but we know that we have been, I think when we did this, the Kenya Law Reform Commission was still a commission. I don't know whether it was merged. And so it has to be a member of that team. Now, then the legislative drafting process will commence. And in the legislative drafting process, of course, there are TORs that are done and so forth. But also what they develop, usually I think if we have somebody who's a lawyer also in the room, you know that they call it a layman's draft. When this committee has done this legislative draft, it's now got a layman's draft because lawyers believe that anybody who's not a lawyer writing a legal document is a layman. So once it goes, it has been done at that stage, it will have to have some stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement, of course, you know that one of the first stakeholders are the internal stakeholders. So internal stakeholders will look at the draft, discuss whether it needs to be amended and so forth. And then once that has been incorporated, it will be approved at by the CS. And once it is approved, and by the way, this one, when it goes to the AG, it goes with many documents. The legislative draft, the layman's draft, is accompanied by many other documents, including, I think, a legislative brief and so forth. I think there are about 3 or so documents that accompany the legislative draft. And then it goes to review and drafting by AG. So when it goes to the AG, I know this process, people who understand the process better, what they do, at the stage of legislative, at even the constitution of the technical team, they engage the AG. So they get one of the lawyers from the AG's office as a member of that team. So when it comes to this process, this stage, they actually skip it because when it goes to the AG, it will be a formality. The AG will mark it to whoever, and that person will confirm that the draft is consistent with the legal requirements, and it will go to cabinet for consideration approval. It will be transmitted to parliament. It is considered and assented to by the president, and then commencement begins. And commencement is either a date will be given in the act when commencement begins, or if it's not, then there's an automatic process that commencement follows. So, as I said, this is the last slide. So I want to stop here now because I don't want to bore you with more of my presentation, but I'll be glad to get your feedback. Thank you for listening. So I want to pause here. Thank you.
Thank you for the good presentation. I'm Paul Kimwele from Kitui County. The presentation was well elaborated. However, maybe a concern because from the presentation it talks of the parliament and the ministries. So what about the counties? Does it apply Do we go through the same processes and at the county level, or what is the state for the county on the drafting of the policies? Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Moi, for that very good presentation. You have taken us through the whole process of policy making, very rigorous, before a policy is done and approved and implemented. However, Bwana Moi, I'm just wondering, we have made so many policies, but somehow in between, they are either abandoned or they are not implemented. So how do we hold our leaders accountable to the policies that we make and they sign on to? Where is the mismatch? After going through such a rigorous process to make this policy, what are we not doing right immediately after the policy is done? Is it that we are doing the policy as a PR exercise, or do we do policies to ensure that we actually sort out a particular problem? Because you have said policies are actually made to respond to a particular problem. So are these problems, the problems are still there, the policies are still there, but nothing much is happening. So I just wanted to pick from your mind how else we can make our leaders accountable, and if there is something that we are not doing right, can we correct it? Asante.
Yes, thank you, Daktari, for your presentation. You always do it very well. Now, yesterday I was watching Citizen TV, and I overheard the former Attorney General, Honorable J.B. Mturi, who said the 4 pieces of legislations in the health, the Ministry of Health, the AG was not aware, and he wrote an advisory to that effect. So, in your own opinion, do you think the practice today is, as you have highlighted in your presentation, or there is a departure? Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. And the question is, you evaluate the approach by a government. Someone has asked about if it applies the same for county government. I also want to add, what would be the experience, say, for example, a private entity want to have an agenda that they want legislated? Would they follow the same process? And I ask this particularly because as a professional body, we're in that process already. And it will help the members seated here today to appreciate the process. And in addition to that, maybe we could also go dive into the cost element of the process, so that it also comes out, because that's also a key hindrance in the legislative process. And also the stakeholders that are involved beyond the members of the public, and where are the bottlenecks, especially, so that we can, anybody who is seated here today, when they go back, they can now pinpoint and be able to avoid those challenges. Thank you.
The questions coming in on the platform are also very similar, so I'll just read them out so that you can pick all of them. The first one, where did we go wrong in the implementation of Vision 2030? We hear about Big Four, Beta, etc. Were they aligned to the vision? Maybe just to speak on this. There's also a question. Kindly highlight or give a brief, the difference between a policy, a session of paper, and an act of parliament. I think it was mentioned very clearly, but that one can be picked. Is there advantages of cabinet sessional papers over a policy? The other one, who should spearhead the process of policy formulation? Is it the State Department of Economic Planning or the State Department for Parliamentary Affairs? What is KIPRA's role in ensuring policy are not misinterpreted or misimplemented to achieve other objectives other than the intended ones. I think it's the issue of monitoring those policies. To what magnitude of a problem do we need to initiate a policy? Those are the questions on the platform. Maybe I also have a comment. What about the unwritten policies? Because we have policies that are not written. They are just pronounced and they're implemented. And I've seen, I work in the education sector. I want to give you examples of policies that were never written, but they were implemented, like the free primary education. There's really no policy on that. It is being implemented, although some may argue not in a very good way. There is another policy on 100% transition rate, which came to the ministry. And that's when we saw most of our schools being the secondary schools, having a lot of enrollments. So maybe you can speak maybe on that issue also as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. And the first question was on the role of counties and whether these guidelines apply to counties. Now, when we were developing this, there was a very long-standing discussion about this. Initially, when we began, we actually said we want to do these guidelines to guide both national and county governments. And when we moved on, later on, we were advised from the ministry that counties don't like when you develop policy and impose it to counties and it brings conflict. I think some of you in some ministries, you know, there are some issues and matters of conflict, and some of them are policy related. So a decision that was made finally was that we do this for national government. But if you read the handbook, it says counties can borrow that because the structure of counties follows the structure in the, at the national level. So for instance, when we are talking about parliament, you guys have county assemblies. When we are talking about cabinet, you have, I think, a CEC at the county level and so forth. So those are equivalents. So we use the word counties can borrow, but not that is a directive from national government to counties. So that's the clarification I would like to make. And if you apply, and actually when we facilitate courses for counties in terms of guidelines, we use the same. The structure picks the same. The content of the policy document should be the same. And as you have seen, the procedures, the process should be more or less the same. There was a question on how we can make implementers accountable. The concern that we have many policies that either are abandoned and not implemented. And one of the things I talked about is national values, the values. The reason why we are struggling with corruption is because our values are wanting. The values we have are wanting at different levels. And when we talk about accountability, it cuts across, the different levels and tiers of government. Because after a policy is approved and we start the implementation process, it is many of you who sit as bureaucrats who actually implement those policies. You are the ones who are supposed to hold capacity building sessions, sensitize people. You are supposed to procure certain things and so forth. So implementation rests on the shoulders of the executive arm, mainly. It's called executive arm because you are supposed to execute government programs. So the problem is a big challenge. I think today, you know, we now say that corruption was devolved from national to counties. So it tells you we have a problem. And it's like it is a collective problem. It is not an individual problem. But for me, I think where we begin, because when you look at countries that do very well in terms of implementing their policy, you look at their value systems, they are different from ours. People are accountable. I told you about in some countries, if you are a CS, a minister, and you don't deliver, once you fail to deliver, nobody sends you home. You just resign. You just resign because you know that you want to allow somebody else who has capacity to deliver to go there. But in Kenya, even those who are delivering zero, they want to die there. And that is a toxic value. And we want the tribesmen will support them to sit in the same offices. If he's a governor who doesn't deliver, when people start questioning that governor, the tribe or the community goes to say, oh, now they are targeting our person. It's a value, isn't it? It's a value system. And our values do not support that. And that's why we said, look at some projects that were started by, if you go to counties, and I know many of us walk around. You go to a county, you find a project that was started by a previous governor. It was maybe at 75% complete. And his term ended, and a new governor comes in. Maybe it is a health facility. A new governor comes in. Instead of the new governor prioritizing the completion of that one, the new governor comes and starts another fresh thing. And that one, with all the resources that went, goes wasted. And these are the values we are talking about. So examples are many and they are everywhere. So, and this is a collective problem that I think we need to dialogue. And I know the Economist Society is a professional body. And I know my colleague mentioned you may want to start doing your, the society may want to do either policies or laws and take them through the process. Yeah, these are matters that I think are critical for us in public policy. Now, in terms of lawmaking, there's a question about whether the practice is as what I've presented here. Now, I mentioned that the public policy handbook was approved last year, and the guidelines, and you saw that there are very few people who know about the guidelines and even the handbook. Meaning we are moving from somewhere. Previously, things used to happen in a different way. They may not have been following what we have described here. And so there are cases that some of the policies that were done and some of the laws that were developed may not have followed this. But because this is now the government requirement, it means going forward, when you do any policy or any law, then you'll have to follow what we have described here. And I said this was done because it was noted that there were a lot of inconsistencies. Policies that some face north, some south, others they follow procedures that are not standard and so forth. So this exercise was initiated to deal with that. Now, there was a question about if we have a private entity and how you can initiate a policy or a law. I'll start with the policy. If you are a private entity, you are a company, you are an individual, you are in civil society, and you want to initiate a policy in an area you work in, you must work with the public infrastructure for developing that policy, because public policy is developed within government infrastructure, institutions that have been established by government. So if it is, you are in the health sector, you want to come up with a policy in health, you must work with the Ministry of Health. In other words, you have to understand how the ministry works and how you can engage the relevant technical experts who deal with the aspect that you want intervention. and have a discussion with them. And it will be easy to move on if they also buy your idea that actually that is a policy issue that needs to be addressed. And then other things will then move through the process I've described. Now, for a law, I think we have a provision that laws can be introduced in Parliament through private members' bill. You can do a private member's bill is introduced in Parliament and discussed and so forth. So usually private members' bills are initiated by private entities. They could be individuals, they could be companies, they could be NGOs and so forth. And I can give you many examples of acts of Parliament today which went through that channel, although previously some of them went through that channel and they stuck somewhere because they were conflicts in the process. I want to cite, we have a legislation called the Public Benefit Organizations Act, the one that replaced what we call the NGO Act. The Public Benefit Organizations Act was passed in 2012. It's, I think, a 2012 Act of Parliament. It came in, and I think the authors of that understand public policy more than those of us who sit in government. There's something called a policy window. They knew Kibaki's government was coming to an end, and so they lobbied MPs, passed it through Parliament, and then it went on to Kibaki's desk. So when Kibaki was leaving office, it was one of the things that were signed, approved, when Kibaki's term was coming to an end. But it was later on, and you know we talked about commencement. Now, commencement of that act required the CS to actually commence the act. And so when the new government came in, they found that that law had come into practice and the CS was supposed to operationalize it by commencement. The CS found some things there which were, I think they were not clear whether they had been approved by the Attorney General. So when reference was made to the Attorney General, they found that there were some provisions there that were not agreed upon. Because any act of Parliament, usually it was supposed to go to AG so that AG reviews it and then approves it before it goes for presidential assent. But that process was not followed. And also National Treasury usually is supposed to review acts of Parliament, especially if money is involved. Now that one had required that government was going to fund civil society organizations, and that was not very palatable to National Treasury and even the CS who was there at that time. So it got stuck. It was approved in 2012. 2013, nothing happened. 2014, civil society went to court. They got a court order to compel the CS to have it commenced. The CS did not. Another court order was obtained in 2017. It was not commenced. Another court order was issued in 2018. It was not commenced. So the act has been dormant for a long time until I heard the other day, I think is it this year, I heard the Public Benefit Organization Act now has been commenced, but I think they may have modified some things there. So the risk of having legislation go through a private member's bill is that sometimes shortcuts are used and they affect the commencement process of those bills. Now, there was a question here about the difference between policy, session of paper, act of Parliament. I think this one I explained. I explained this, so this is this should be clear. And then there was a question about the role of State Department for Planning and the role of State Department for Parliamentary Affairs, which is under the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. When we were doing this handbook, it actually was coordinated by the State Department for Parliamentary Affairs, but it also had representatives from State Department for Planning and many other agencies. My understanding then, when the process started, was that policy coordination is a function in State Department for Parliamentary Affairs. That was the understanding I got, and we didn't, I think in that session, we didn't have any conflict with the guys who are from planning, but that is what was explained by our colleagues from the State Department. And if we have colleagues here from the State Department for Parliamentary Affairs, I think they can check whether that is the one of your key mandates, because that is what was made clear. And that is why that role was taken up by the State Department for Parliamentary Affairs. Now, then of course, I know there's a question about KIPRA's role in policy, and I'll start by maybe from the mandate of KIPRA. The Act of Parliament for KIPRA requires KIPRA to provide policy, advisory, and technical services. That is how the mandate of KIPRA is worded in the Act, in our Act of Parliament. And so, given that, there has been a lot of discussion about should KIPRA have a mandate to check, to be a clearing house for public policies, for instance. Others even have suggested, especially our stakeholders, they have suggested and asked questions about, can KIPRA regulate training institutions which train public policy? But that's not in our mandate. In our Act of Parliament, we are not a regulatory institution, we are actually a service provider. We train people on public policy, we provide advisory, and so forth. So sometimes people also ask us, what is KIPRA's role in policy implementation? And we usually say, once we have worked with stakeholders to develop a policy, it is actually the ministries, departments, and agencies who implement that policy. And so we can only be part of the process of maybe evaluating the effectiveness of the interventions that are being implemented, because that is our mandate. But when it comes to us implementing the policy, we don't implement policies that are formulated. So for us, as per our mandate, we work with our stakeholders to quality control their documents, but they can choose to ignore us and it will still move. Because we are not a regulator, they don't necessarily need to come to us. You can work on your own policy down there, finish it, take it to cabinet, it's approved, it becomes a policy. But if we were a regulator, you would actually be compelled to bring your document to KIPRA, we look at it, and then it goes to the next stage. So I hope that that clarification makes it clear. So we have tried to maintain our role in working with our stakeholders to train them, to work with them, to provide technical support when they are developing their policies, and even when they are doing their draft bills, so that we can enhance the quality of those documents. And we know that the weakest area in the cog of public policy development is actually in counties, like I said. Counties are struggling a lot, and we are increasingly working with them to improve the quality of their policy documents. Now, some of the questions which were being read, I think they came through the chat. I didn't get them. I think they were read very quickly. So I may not pick all of them. If I forget any, you just remind me. And then free primary education, we were informed that it was implemented as a public policy pronouncement. Okay, what I need to say is that I think you know, these guidelines were approved last year, meaning anything below that, anything could have happened in the way it happened. Public statements may have been issued. I think during the Nyayo era, I know Nyayo era was very notorious for roadside pronouncements. I remember even the school milk program was just a roadside announcement, and then school milk was provided. But we are saying that we are improving the public policy making process. So how do we improve it? It doesn't mean that because you are a governor, you make all policies in the county, because that county belongs to the citizens of that county. So you have to consult those citizens and ask them, is this a problem? And can we address it in a certain way? So that is the good practice of policy making, rather than policies originating from one individual, because then that becomes a source of dictatorship. Policies being always top down. But we are saying that, you remember even the current whatever we are saying is bottom up, isn't it? So who's at the bottom? It is the citizens. Yeah, so policies need to originate from the bottom up. So the bottom works with the up to make public policy, and I think that is the practice that is in the guidelines. Did I forget any? If I forgot, just remind me so that we clear them. I didn't pick all of them.
There's one which I feel you need to address before we finalize, that most policies are in draft form. Shouldn't there be a time period for policy formulation? And lastly, must we adhere to the policy structure proposed by KIPRA? Thank you.
Okay, 2 questions. The timelines are given in the guidelines. I think we have indicated timelines for each of the stages, because we realize there are some policies, and by the way, in counties it's worse. In counties you find policies that they started in 2015, they are still working on them. So in the guidelines we address that because it was one of the issues that came up. If you look at the guidelines, you'll find the various stages and the timelines that we try to put, so that within 6 months a policy is done. Now, the next question is whether all policies must follow the guidelines developed by KIPRA. The guidelines were not developed by KIPRA. I hope that's not the impression I have made. The guidelines were approved by cabinet but developed by a technical team. And the team was constituted by experts from the State Department for Parliamentary Affairs, the State Department for Planning, Kenya Law Reform Commission, KIPRA, I can't remember the other, the AGs, and many others. So it was a technical team, it was not KIPRA. So this is a government document. Yeah, it's not a KIPRA document.
Let's appreciate our presenter.
I just want to kind of mention that I'm very excited to be in this group. And I'm saying so because it's long overdue. Somebody challenged me some times back, 2 years, that they have a professional group. And he was asking me, how about yourselves? I almost didn't answer anything because I knew we were supposed to be belonging somewhere. But I'm very, very excited to be associated with this. And I'm told the numbers are quite many. if you are many this much in less than 2 years, I think the number of economists is growing at exponential rate, meaning we shall perhaps be able to cover the entire population of economists that exist in this country. In fact, when I was invited to be here, I abandoned everything else because I said, where else can I be if I cannot be in the group where my colleagues, professionals, are meeting? Now, I'm going to share my experience through my presentation on monitoring and evaluation. But before I do that, I was very impressed with the previous presenter. He talked 3 points which I wanted to build a case from. He talked of non-performance. He also talked about a word I'm fond of called wisdom and knowledge. And he talked about the performance of the economy, where when we started the economic recovery strategy in 2002, Dr. Moi said our ambitious target was to hit 10%. And believe you me, in our record, 5 years, we were able to hit, in 5 years, we were able to hit 7.1. But, Dr. I want to remind you, that figure was replaced. It actually grew to 8.1 because they considered other variables that were not included. So the figure was actually at 8.1. Tell me, when you get 8 over 10, isn't that a distinction? The only mistake we made, and I want to emphasize, is that we never sustained that growth. We killed it in less than 3 months. And you know, killing something is easier than bringing it up. Destruction is easier than construction. In fact, when it comes to destruction, we don't need help. But when it comes to construction, it takes a lot of time. So we took 5 years to build our economic base. In fact, you can believe that even when we were starting, we didn't even start from zero. We started from negatives. That's why we had to recover. You recover and then you start growing. So we have to recover. In other words, if you include the gaps of recovery, it would have actually been 10%. Let me put it that way, because we had negative. That's why we came up with a very, very, very ambitious strategy of economic recovery. We had to recover before you start growing. So that was a very, very, very important point you mentioned. The other point I want to add here is that when you mentioned about wisdom and knowledge, it touched me. Those of us who go to church, you know, when you define wisdom, wisdom is proper application of knowledge. You know, you can be knowledgeable, but you misuse it, you misapply it. But when you apply that knowledge properly, then you are wise. And we actually make reference. Who was the wisest person in the Bible? King Solomon. But again, when you look at the behavior of King Solomon, there is somewhere he never applied his knowledge wisely. Do you know where? He applied his first phase of knowledge wisely when the two ladies were claiming one child, isn't it? Then there he was very wise. But where did he misuse? Where did he misapply the knowledge? Women sector. Thank you. When it came to women sector, his application of knowledge went off. Then the last point I also picked from Dr. Moi is when they said, when you don't perform. And I'm very religious when I make reference to, Dr. Nyamioba, I didn't introduce you because you were out. Nyamioba is one of the old-timers. We were with him in the treasury. And we are also neighbors. So I told him, he's also, by the way, a member of this society. So he left 2 years ahead of me. I left 7 years ago. But we are doing very well outside there. I'll tell you how. Now, when you talked about the performance, countries like Singapore, let me tell you to those who don't deliver, and I've been to Singapore several times. Those who don't deliver when you are in Singapore and you are a minister, you are never sacked. Do you know what happens? When your performance is red and you are number last, the newspapers, the TVs, everything else, in fact, they don't report on any other news in the evening except yours. They say this is the worst performer of our economy in this country. You can imagine your children are watching the TV, your relatives are watching the TV, and they see you are the people letting them down. So what the minister tells you is, they say what they use, shame on. That is worse than even being sacked. When you are told shame on you, just imagine somebody telling you shame on you. How do you get out? Because everybody out there knows you. So that is the worst punishment. So what people do, they make sure they don't underperform. But let me tell you again, that it doesn't mean that when you all do well, there will never be number last, isn't it? But if you are all number last and you are performing, no problem. You got 80%. So if the last person who passed is 80%, you can say, well, at least one of us would have been number last. I remember one politician who was saying his child was always number last in the class, always. So when the term is ending, he's always regarded as, they know already before they even ask him. So one time he came and told them, today, out of 50 students, I'm number 49. Oh, you mean you defeated somebody? That's very good. So they even had to have a party. They said, now continue like that. But later they realized one student never did an exam. So he was still number last. So that's with a light note. Let me go back to my presentation. Let me ask you this question. I'm going to talk about M&A, monitoring and evaluation. Can anybody tell me when did the M&A's world or business or management style of management begin? When did we start an M&A? Just think anything when we start. Maybe some people can say 2002 when Kibaki came to regime. Obviously, that's when we started becoming serious. But when did M&A business start? Since we were born. That's a good one. When were we born? Our parents, those days. Actually, I like that because when we were born is when God created the universe. So M&E goes back to when God created the universe. I think you know the story of God isolating darkness from light and so forth. You know what's doing M&E? And we even do it ourselves, even in our own homes. Even the old mothers do it. It's only that they don't realize they're actually doing M&E. When they go to the posho mill, and they know the unga they have gotten from the posho mill will last 2 weeks, are they not doing M&E? When the feasters come and they overspend, they know we did this because feasters came. That's monitoring and evaluation. So monitoring and evaluation is not a new concept. It's only that we realized, in fact, when I was the director of monitoring and evaluation, and I'm very happy to see many of my colleagues here, Kina Welime and so forth, we were at the stage. It's a time we went on a TV show, and they were at the stage of vernacularizing monitoring and evaluation. And they wanted to pick the peak hours. Because, in fact, the kind of study we did was, we realized that 80%, 70%, including ourselves, when you are tuned onto the radio, you're actually listening to your mother tongue. You know those days when we used to listen to Kiswahili and English, when somebody is sitting in the radio and is, particularly the majority of our people, up there in the rural areas, they are listening in their mother tongue. So we wanted to vernacularize monitoring and evaluation so that they get the message, the importance of monitoring and evaluation as it were in their own daily practices. But That notwithstanding, of course, somebody came to my office when I was there, and the first question he started asking me is, what is M&A in my own mother tongue? I couldn't even guess. Because, you know, when you go into those details, knowing monitoring and evaluation, you can even think about it yourselves. You realize you still have much you need to do to know actually what is the mother tongue. But they wanted to evolutionize it so that people could use it as a way of life. Now, the topic I'm supposed to present today here, and slightly when I'll be talking about evaluation, I'll be giving you very interesting scenarios of the kind of evaluation we did, is that I'm going to look at the principles of monitoring and evaluation, development of M&A frameworks and indicators, data collection, tools and techniques for performance management, reporting and utilization of M&A findings, and this is where we have a big problem, and then integrating M&A into project life cycles. This is, M&A must fit into the process of planning. In other words, M&A of necessity must be able to inform planning. And in turn, planning must of necessity be able to inform what? What does planning do? M&A informs planning, and then in turn plans does what? Informs resources, budget. So that budgets are allocated on the basis of planning, which in turn is informed by monitoring and evaluation. Then we look at challenges and mitigation measures in M&A. Monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring and evaluation plays a very significant role in the public sector in effective and meaningful implementation of policies, programs, and projects. The same things Dr. Moi was talking about. Monitoring the implementation of policies, programs. And let me just summarize this paragraph. That when the economic recovery strategy for wealth and employment creation was mooted, the energy shifted from just planning to implementation. Because a lot of times we are doing a lot of planning. Every other day we are doing planning. Every other evening we are doing planning, but nothing doing on the implementation. To the extent, and I want to make reference to Singapore, that we go to Singapore for benchmarking, only to realize that they're actually implementing our own knowledge. So when you go there and they tell you, my brother, what we are doing here is what you actually, what we did was just to come and implement your plans. So we have the best brains, but the implementation. The other time when I was still in the Ministry of Planning, we were told, my former PS, Sambiri, told us, gentlemen directors, come and we meet a team of eminent experts, of IT experts from Rwanda to come and tell you how best they have revolutionized Rwanda. So we went there and waited. I think Sabina is here? Sabina, you can remember. So we all went to the boardroom. And then when we were waiting for the Rwandese to come, Isemgo Chota and Ichumo Kechu walk in. So we are learning from our own people. The same practice they are already, then you go to Rwanda. They are changing Rwanda, then you go to Rwanda to do what? To learn from them, when it is our own people. So that implementation arm was our weakest point. But when the economic recovery strategy shifted gear to implementation, monitoring and evaluation, performance contracts, strategic planning, that's why we started growing. Unfortunately, it only did not live for long. It would have lived for long and sustained it for the period of 20 years which we had in mind. So monitoring and evaluation plays that very, very, very important role in the public sector. So what's monitoring? Monitoring is a continuous. You know, somebody can ask you, when do you start monitoring? Chief, when do you start monitoring? Immediately. You know, when you're monitoring, you just give a space, and then you start. Of course, you cannot track, you cannot go ahead of the implementation. You cannot monitor something ahead. Immediately it goes, then you start tracking it. So monitoring is a continuous, but starts immediately after the implementation. Then evaluation. Let me ask you a question. I think let's make this discussion or this presentation participatory. What's evaluation? Okay, as you can see, evaluation is the systematic and objective assessment of ongoing. When do you do evaluations? At what point in time do you do evaluations? Yeah? In? Pre-audit. Yes. But significantly, that's okay. Significantly, evaluation starts taking shape right from the time you start realizing what we call outputs. Because before you reach outputs, you start what we call the input stage, which is the very, very preliminary resource allocation. From resource allocation, you go to process stage. Then from processes, inputs paves way for processes. In other words, once you have resources, they pave way for procurement activities and so forth. Then, after processes, you now deliver outputs. Those ones we call immediate results. Then from outputs, you translate to outcomes. Then outcomes create impact. And impact, of course, if it's at the country level, generates development. In fact, impact brings about economic growth. Economic growth gives you development. In other words, development is a function of economic growth. Economic growth is a function of impact. Impact is informed by outcomes. Outcomes are a function of outputs. Outputs are a function of processes. And the processes are a function of inputs. That's how it flows. Logical flow. It's like, for example, when we say, there is this thing I like talking about. Development also depends on what we call investments. Investments depend on savings. Savings is a function of income. Now, at the income level, let me just break that one into some perspective. There is something we call, as economists, we call marginal propensity to consume. Isn't it? If your marginal propensity to consume is equal to 1, what does it mean? You are consuming the entire of? How about if it's greater? You're in a crisis, you're in a mess. That's the word. You're in fact, you could be consuming the 3rd month's salary today. That's what it means. Or you are living on borrowed income. So the best scenario for you to save, your marginal propensity should not even be equal to 1 because it means you are saving nothing. It must be less than. But if it is significantly below 1, then you are releasing your resources to savings. And in the long term, or in the medium term, that's what translates to investments. And investments will always pave way for economic growth. That's how the economy grows. But I don't know where Kenyans, the marginal propensity of Kenyans. Where are we? Are we on greater than 1? So evaluation is therefore very, very, very key. But the most important part of evaluation is from the outputs, outcomes, and impact. But they are very complex. Formulas for computing evaluation, particularly at the impact level. We did an impact. Can I tell you an evaluation impact we did? We did one on crime in Kenya. We did evaluations are very expensive. And we realized there was more budgets going to crime control. Do you know what was happening to crime? It was going up. More budget to bring crime down, crime going up. Then we were wondering, are we putting in more budgets to cause more problems? So we had to do an evaluation. And do you know the findings? It's not crime that actually was going up. What improved was actually reporting of crime. In other words, if something happens and nobody's talking about it, then it doesn't happen. So we realized that the newspapers now were facilitated. The media was able now to be able to capture. You know, sometimes you may think the economy is doing well because there is no gender violence. The other time, you know, there was a time they were saying during the COVID-19 that Uganda was safe. They were not reporting. Didn't mean that the things were okay. They were not reporting the cases. You know, when you report something, it goes to the public domain. And I remember one assistant minister for security who was asked in parliament that I think one of the constituencies in Rift Valley was faced by, it was actually the member of parliament who was asking why there is serious crime in that constituency. And you know what the minister told him? As far as his records are concerned, that is the safest constituency he has. Because what he's reporting is hearsay. It's not recorded. So if you don't record, if you don't report formally, then the issue you're talking about doesn't exist. So that's the importance of doing this kind of thing. Then we also did an evaluation on Thika Road. We did that one. I think that was a major study we also did. And it gave us an indication that the effects of the 42 kilometers was positive, despite the amount of money that it attracted. Then the other one we did, which was mentioned, I want to share it with you about the importance of evaluation, is health sector. Malaria. Is it the Abuja or the Lome Convention? I think it's the Abuja Declaration, which said countries were meant to increase health budgets to 15%. So Kenya's budget had grown from 3% to 7%. Do you know what was happening to malaria? Malaria was also going up. The budgets from 3 to 7%, malaria is going up. So we had to do an evaluation. I think, well, you can recall this. We did this, and what happened was that we realized that from the inputs, processes, up to outputs, things were fantastic. But now when outputs were changing to outcomes, because, you know, when you give people mosquito nets, then they use them for fishing or for keeping chicken. How do you reduce malaria? Or you have a health facility, you have a dispensary, which is supposed to cure people, but it's always closed. It's an output, but it's not translating to outcome. Doctors are not there, or even when they are there, they are doing something different. So that is the catch that evaluations can always alert you. So what we did is that when we realized that's where the problem was, then the most important thing was when you are giving mosquito nets to people, don't just wake up in the morning and you find a mosquito net thrown into your compound. Before you give somebody a mosquito net, take him through the advantages of that mosquito net. Then it will help him. It will have an impact. So we say sensitization. Tell the people how to use it. Sometimes you are giving it to people, they want to use it for a different purpose. So, of course, this story here is telling us about the origin, but we have seen the origin is from the creation. Although now, in our real world, you can imagine that M&A started from the 18th century. During the post-construction in Europe, they were doing all sorts of evaluations, of monitoring and evaluation at that particular level. So it started all the way. So that's the historical perspective. Those slides are showing you the historical perspective of M&A and how it has evolved. But you can attest that we started appreciating the role of M&A when we were actually caught in the middle of a crisis. So purpose of monitoring, what is the purpose? To provide program or project management staff and other stakeholders with information, because you cannot do anything without information. Provide regular feedback. We are doing this. We are doing it ourselves. We used to launch what we call annual progress reports. In fact, even quarterly progress reports. The culmination was to have what we used to call, what we were coming up with called real-time progress reports, where you actually see what's going on as it were, or as it happens. And also increased program of project accountability. Is it only to donors, even to our own governments? Accountability. But you know, donors are more serious than ourselves and other stakeholders. Enable managers and staff to identify and reinforce initial positive results, strengths, and weaknesses, and the successes. Enable managers to make timely adjustments and corrective action to improve the program or project design, work plan, and implementation strategies. And check on the conditions of situations of our target group and the changes brought about by the program. Provide management with information regarding policy, and I was happy that this presentation is following the previous one. Determine the strengths and weaknesses of the intervention and do adjustment. I like this because sometimes when we are talking about 2030, when did we start 2030? It was 2007. When did we start religiously talking about 2030? 207, and then we are implementing that through 5 years midterm plan. Now, the interesting story about that is that if we add 2030 in 207, the indication is that you don't stand still and wait for 2030 for you to be middle income. You have to walk the journey. And I always like giving an example. If you want to go to Nakuru for 2 hours from Nairobi, and you are there waiting for 2 hours for somebody to come, the fellow may have gotten lost and is going on the other direction. So you need to do what we call monitoring and then evaluating, so that you can also adjust your timing. You don't have to wait and say 2 hours, you are waiting for somebody who will never arrive. I remember one time, I was waiting for somebody in a petrol station. There's a place called Buruburu. Then there's Buruburu. So I was waiting for somebody at Buruburu, and he was actually going to Buruburu. So he's in the same petrol station, I'm also in the same petrol station, but on the opposite sides of the city. But because I was not doing monitoring, I should have first of all found out, is he on Ngong Road? Then I know he's on the right. But if I waited for 30 minutes, he actually told me I'll be there in 30 minutes, but he was going the opposite side, Jogo Road. So you can therefore appreciate the role of timely tracking. You need to track progress so that when you deviate from the norm, then you can be able to salvage a situation that will otherwise get ugly. So it also serves as a means of alternating the results of initial assessments obtained from project monitoring. It can actually influence resource mobilization. It can also influence interests of the stakeholders to put money into your kitty. So that's a very, very, very important thing. I remember when I joined the monitoring and evaluation in 2007, it had a budget, total budget of 18 million Kenya shillings. In 2 years, we had to revolutionize it because we came up more focused. And interestingly, in 2 years, we had $500 million. And interestingly, we were coming up with an M&A policy. And I think somebody was asking that question here, and I was very keen. How long does it take to have a policy? It took us long. And the reason being that, you know, when the policy has to go through cabinet, the only person who sits in the cabinet is the minister or the cabinet secretary for now. So by the time you convince the minister to understand what you are doing, it is not a 1 day or 2 day or 3 day. It can take you, ministers are very busy. You can even start previewing it before you go to the second page is called, so you will have to start again. So by the time the minister understands what you are telling him to go to cabinet, he is transferred. What happens? He cannot hand over. You know, when he's handing over, he doesn't hand over what you briefed him. So you start over again. So we continued in that circle because there is no way ourselves could go to cabinet and say, this is what the minister was coming. You don't see it there. So that's the quagmire in which we found ourselves in. And if it's not the minister going, it is the PS. Because you have to adequately brief the PS for him to take it up with the minister. Because you can't go direct, protocol. So that is the predicament. And it took, as I left before the policy. In fact, it was being approved 3 months after I left. It's when it was being passed. But beyond that, nothing else happened. Because we were recommending in that policy, well, maybe you can remember, 1% of development budget. It was captured over to go to M&A work. Not made, but to assist all programs across the country. 1%. That was the key. But it stopped. But our strategy, and I don't see more here, was to enact that policy. You know, enacting the policy, and I want to maybe say something slightly different, that policies are not as permanent as laws. You know, policies only exist at the whim of the executive. But when they are laws, they are now permanent. They can even catch those who passed it if you don't obey it. So the other purpose to determine the extent to which the program interventions are successful. You can actually assess the success of the program. This thing is good. And it can also assist managers to carry out a thorough review and to think of their programs and projects in terms of their goals and objectives. Now, that diagram there is just a summary of what M&A does. Principles for monitoring and evaluation. You can see that stakeholders, very critical in the M&A process. And here is where we talk about donors, is where we talk about implementers, is where we talk about the community and whoever is supposed to benefit from that program. Relevance is very critical, and then efficiency and sustainability, and then ethical considerations. Those are very, very, very critical principles. So that's the same thing, which I don't need to talk about. I'm now shifting here to designing of M&A frameworks. What's an M&A framework? This is a basic description which may be part of a broader M&A plan. A framework gives you the basis. Like, for example, when we came up with M&A framework, it stipulates your relevance in the implementation of that program. And for our case, by the way, I'm going to talk about indicators. For our case, you must be responsible for a specific deliverable in terms of an indicator. You must participate in a meeting where you have a role. If you are from education sector, you can only go there to talk about transition rates or child pupil textbook ratio. Those kind of indicators. Those are the only ones you carry. They make you relevant to become a stakeholder. If you are in health, you talk about immunization coverage, infant mortality, maternal mortality, all those indicators. Very relevant. So it is therefore, it gives you relevance in the role. So it gives you basis, and then it assigns you responsibilities. And it also assigns you time frames. You know, the beauty about the framework is that it assigns you frameworks. So here you are expected to come up with the impacts you expect, the outcomes, output, process, and inputs, as well as indicators that will be used to measure its success or failure. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, this diagram shows you the beginning point. We always start with the resources. And somebody was saying, and I think we had a seminar in Kampala sometimes, which was organized by African Evaluation Society, where people said, at the inputs, performance is 100%. If we were to be given scores, we perform so well at inputs because we want to make sure we have the resources. Once the resources come, you move to processes. Procurement, because of laws, we also do very well. Outputs, we start going down, but not so badly. But when it comes to outcomes, this is where trouble begins. People never deliver on outcomes. The scenario gets worse when you are talking about impact. Impact, if you have to do an impact assessment or impact analysis, I want to assure you that when you talk about evaluation, this is the most unpopular subject people will never want to hear about. One time when we were doing monitoring and evaluation, we called our district. Those days we were saying, we are coming to that district, we are coming to do monitoring and evaluation. When we reached there was nobody. Everybody was sick. People said, it's like audit. Until we had to make sure that we actually preach the gospel of what monitoring and evaluation is all about. We said, we are not coming here to look for mistakes. We are not coming here to do audit. We are coming here to help you get more money or to improve on your services. So this is the time we now started getting attention from those people at the ground. Processes of developing a framework, you have to define the purpose and scope, your goals and objectives, intended outcomes and impacts, stakeholders and the information and resources available for M&A week. In other words, once you do this, and I sit in a board where we say, sometimes we keep saying, we don't have money. It is not money that is missing. What is missing is actual ideas. I can assure you. Come up with very brilliant ideas. Money will follow the ideas, but money will not follow an empty. Come up with a proposal, take it, and I can tell you, you will get the money you need. So long as what you are doing is important for your organization or for your country. You develop a theory of change. Theory is important. We always say theory is important for practice. Map out logical relation between inputs, outputs, activities. This is what we have already mentioned. Because, like if I start from impact requires more than one outcome. Several outcomes must combine to give you an impact. Like, for example, we are talking about raising standards of living. People in health must play their role. People in education must play their role. Then they combine to raise that standards of living. So, and then outcomes require more outputs. Outputs require more activities. You must do certain activities. But in our situation where we are, do you know where we are very good at? Can somebody just tell me? Where are we very good at? Delivering what? Output is not. In fact, activities. You'll find the people traveling. Like, there's something you're writing, and I said, can you give us your achievements? Then somebody says, I traveled. I participated in a meeting. It's not an achievement. You can participate in a meeting where you are taking tea, or traveling to nowhere, or going traveling. I traveled to Kericho. To do what? It is what you travel to do in Kericho that you're interested in. Yeah. So, but we are very good. Padiem traveled to wherever. But the reports, maybe you will need another level. So you have to identify assumptions and risks. You have to define indicators. Indicators are very important because at all these levels, we have input indicators, we have process indicators, we have output indicators, we have outcome indicators, all the way to impact. Including economic growth. I don't even need to stop at impact. One time I remember a minister launching the economic survey, and they said the economy achieved 6%. People said, what are you talking about? In fact, the journalist was asking, are you telling us theory? We don't feel the growth in our pockets. Then I think the minister said, it depends which sector you are in. If you're in the construction industry, how do you get the performance of the construction industry? Is the number of cements, sand, all those people who are engaged in that. Because when you sell cement, what does it do? You don't sell cement to go and cook food. It is definitely for construction. And the people are engaged in construction. So it's a proxy. We call it it's a proxy indicator that sector is doing. You can even use cement alone as a proxy indicator to determine. I remember one time when we were doing participatory poverty assessment, and they wanted to see how Kibera slums have grown in terms of raising their livelihood, we were forced to use what we call proxy indicators. You know, proxy indicators, you fly because you cannot go inside. And you see the number of areas, the number of, then it shows that, 2 years ago, there were no areas, but now there are. Although some people are saying the areas can be there, but there are no TVs inside. But it's a proxy indicator. We also went to another area called Isinya, where we classed that a poverty area. And when we were there, we were told, when we were driving to the place, first of all, we said, if there is anything these people require, even before we reach there, is water. You know how dry those places are. But when we reached there, of course, we didn't want to tell them that you need water. We asked them to give us 5 priorities they want the government to assist. Water was never mentioned. So you can see how you can involve people to give you their own opinions. Data collection and analysis. How do you get data? You identify data sources and collect. By the way, this is an area that sometimes I teach in the university. I teach about data collection. You know, if you don't collect the data properly, it is going to give you misleading analysis reports because you may get biased information. So data collection, you must be able to improvise what you call random, systematic, or cluster sampling system, so that when you're analyzing data, the data you're analyzing must be credible. But otherwise, if you're analyzing data that is not giving you credibility, you're in for trouble. Give you misleading information, and then by that extension, it can give you wrong signals. It can give you wrong policy interpretation. So you must get credible sources of data, and from the PESCs, you can either use surveys, interviews, or existing data. Then determine the frequency and timing of the data collection. It's very important. Because if you want to establish the happiness index of Kenyans, don't go at a time when there is drought. Everybody will tell you sad things, but when there is food, they give you different information. So it depends at what particular point in time you want to do that. Then develop data management and analysis plans, and then ensure data quality and security. That's very, very, very important. Reporting and communication, very important. I mentioned that when you don't report, then nothing is happening. Determine how M&A data will be used for reporting and communication. Develop reporting formats and timelines. Identify audiences for M&A reports and ensure accessibility. Because you may also be giving information to the wrong people. Give it to the right people. If you have a policy that requires the intervention of a minister for education, don't go and report it in health. Report it at the right users. The people will use that information for purposes of their work. Then implement and monitor. You assign roles and responsibilities for M&A activities. So ensure M&A activities are integrated into program implementation, regular review and adjust the M&A framework as needed. Evaluate and learn. You evaluate and then you learn. Learn. Now we talk about monitoring and evaluation and report and learn. Indicators. I already talked about the indicators. It's a qualitative or quantitative measure that provides information on performance. Very important. Achievement, and it must be smart. One thing I can remember we did is that it took us 2 years to come up with indicators. The beauty about indicators, and I keep saying this, and I think this is very important for you, the beauty about indicators is that they never change. You can never change an indicator like transition rate. You can never change. The only thing that changes is the baseline. Very, very, very important. So that it gives you a feel of where you are starting from and where you are going. That's very, very, very important. So indicators are very, very, very important. But for you to determine what is an output indicator, what is an outcome indicator, what is an impact indicator, that's now where the problem is. So what's the importance? What is the current situation? Importance of indicators. It tells you what is the current situation, baseline. It also helps you to know where you want to go, and then which is the right path to take us there. Are we at the place we want to be? So it helps you. It depends at what particular point you are looking at those indicators. Indicators must be smart, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Don't give timeless indicators. Don't give indicators that are irrelevant. And don't come up with indicators you cannot be able to attain, because then it gives you a problem. And you must be specific, and you have to measure them. So I've talked about input indicators, output, of course, there are also process indicators, outcome indicators, and then impact indicators. Like an example of an impact indicator is change in poverty levels. That's very, very important. Poverty gap ratio. I like that one. I like that poverty gap ratio. I like it because what is the gap in Kenya? Do you have an equitable? Be frank, just talk as it is. Do you have an equitable distribution of income? Yeah, do we? What is it? 10%? Talk about 10 and 90%. 10% owning 90, eh? And 90 relying on, you know, when we talk about, there is an indicator the Nigerians don't like. I was mentioning it to them when I was in Benin. Nigerians want to hear good things. When you tell them the top richest countries in Africa, they are very happy. But when you say, what is your GDP per capita, they say that's a misleading indicator. Because they know now it will bring them from number 3 to, because their GDP per capita means the total wealth divided by the, so it brings them down. They don't like it. But even then, the GDP per capita is still not nice enough, because it tells you if you are 2 people and there's 1,000 shillings somewhere, then each of you has 500. But actually, that money could be in one person's pocket. But it gives you an average that, you're okay. So what's important to demystify the GDP per capita is what we call the Gini coefficient, because the Gini coefficient shows the level of distribution of those resources. The other indicator is infant mortality rate. There's also change in the national GDP growth, that's okay. Then maternal growth rates, those are very, very, very important. So that diagram shows you that chain, inputs, activities. That's the first point, inputs, activities, outputs, outcome, and impact. Normally in the M&A world, we want to stop at impact, because the assumption is if you do everything nice all the way to impact, then you have everything else to smile. But you know, most of us get lost. We become more confused at output levels. That's normally where we have challenges, and that's where we need to have policy intervention. So we have direct and indirect indicators. There is somebody, when we are doing, I don't know, I think those of you come from the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. When they are trying to compute national income, there is a formula they use. Which one? KNPS. Which one? Eh? Yeah? Which formula do they use? Is it income approach? Income. How many people are likely to tell you how much they earn? How many? If somebody asks you how much you earn, you even want to hide your payslip. Yeah. Somebody was jokingly telling us that the only time somebody will say he has money is when it has been stolen. That time you can reveal the truth. You say, oh, I had 10,000 shillings, yeah. Thieves came and took. But when you hide it, you don't want even people to know that you have that kind of money. So the most popular approach people use is expenditure. People are very easy to tell you how much they spent, but they don't tell you how much they earn. So they normally use expenditure approach as a proxy to estimate the income. I think KNPS can attest to that truth. So examples of proxy indicators, okay, they are talking about type, size, or spending on funerals. That's when they can tell you availability of new clothes for celebrations. That one, you'll see it. Very expensive. You'll see somebody's driving a big car, but he will never tell you how much he had before he bought the car, but you can see it, the expenditure bracket. Then we have what we call quantitative and qualitative indicators. These are very important. Quantitative is something you can be able to measure in percentages. Qualitative are perceptions. Somebody telling you this thing is very good. When somebody says you did very well, what does that mean? Very well can mean 60 or 70%. So those are qualitative. So when do you develop indicators? Who, when, and how? Indicators are good. The only thing you need to change here is baselines. Because the most difficult part is to do the indicators. But you have to use what we call consultative and participatory approach to come up with that kind of analysis. Step-by-step guidance to develop good indicators, have a clear understanding of the program goals and objectives, assess each indicator using agreed criteria, and then you involve what we call the SMART, KQT, and the RESA checklist to develop the high-quality indicators. SMART, measurable, I've already mentioned about that. The KQT is quantity, quality, and time. The lesser is relevance, acceptance, credibility, and ease to monitor, and are robust, which means it must be a sustainable and reliable mechanism. Establish a reference point, baseline. I've already mentioned about that. I just want to rush very fast. Setting targets, you must set targets based on the baseline, just like a strategic plan. Then you must have a target, then you must have milestones and timeframes. Timeframes are very, very, very important. You don't leave things just hanging. Determine the frequency of data collection, that's very, very important. Indicators framework, I think that one you can be able to see. They must be very viable, and then you must also have the means of verification. Then you must always have what we call assumptions. Monitoring and evaluation data, you must have what we call key performance indicators, data collection, analysis and interpretation, and then reporting. That's the definition of KPIs and measurable indicators used to evaluate the success of area, at a bigger level. Then why are KPIs important in M&E? Tracking progress, spotting trouble areas, informed policy decision making, and measuring impact. Those are very, very, very key things. Types of KPIs used in M&E is output, outcome, efficiency, financial, and processes. Data collection tools. There are many tools and methods for collection of data, and they might differ from one type or the other, depending on how you have set your instruments, quantitative or qualitative. Then quantitative data collection methods and tools, surveys, and these are normal things. You use surveys and questionnaires, measurement and analysis. You can also use interviews, field observation feasts, and so on. Group discussions and focus group discussions. I'm almost finishing. This one is very important. Okay, sorry. When you are talking about focus group discussion, this one I want to emphasize. Focused group discussion. This is where you involve, in fact, let me be very clear. When we talk about focused group, don't bring crowds. Focus group means less than about 7 people. But then, even that focus group discussions, when you're asking questions, there's something we are taught. When you have 7 people and you're asking questions, you may find that there's only one person giving responses, and the others are keeping quiet. What do you do? Which trick do you use? Because you want to hear the others, but they are not talking because this guy is talking too much. What do? You have one person there who goes and calls him and tells, hey, you know so much. Can we go aside, we discuss more? So that you leave the others open up, now they start talking. And it normally happens. And when we were doing this with the Maasais, ladies were never talking when the men were talking. So we realized we need to remove the men. Then the ladies now start telling you the truth. They even start saying what they were saying is not true. So that's how you get to the bottom of the matter. In fact, there's a time we wanted to do, I think it's still the same PPA in Marisabit. And we were told, if you want to do a PPA in Marisabit and you want to employ these enumerators, never employing girls to go and do that job. Because girls will never talk to us, they will not listen. So we have to change strategy and say, now, how about if we don't get boys who can want to communicate? So we were told, no, even if it means interpreting the boys, it will be better. So you can see how focus groups can also hide information if you don't do what we call strategic management. Then you can also do case studies, conduct detailed investigation analysis of specific cases or instances that illustrate project outcomes, impact, or lessons learned. Case studies provide rich qualitative data through in-depth exploration of individual cases. Then you do analysis. This is what I was saying, that when you shift gear to do analysis, you must make sure that the information you have is correct. Otherwise, you'll be doing analysis of wrong information that will give you wrong. Analysis is the easiest thing. So long as you have, in fact, when you are doing your thesis, and you are cleared all the way up to methodology, your sample size, you are good to go. 60% of your work is done. Because now if you use those instruments religiously to collect information as it were, analyzing is not a problem because you can now use any package to give you and then interpret the results. That's very, very, very critical. Then you can interpret what it means. Interpretation, we are talking about coefficients. They will give you very good interpretation. Why data analysis? Why is it important? Because then it gives informed policy decision, business intelligence, and problem solving. Performance evaluation, it can also tell you whether performance evaluation is working or not. Then there is risk management, it gives you all those aspects of your results. So this diagram shows you the process of data analysis, visualization. You first of all have to start with objectives, do correct the data, you clean data processing, exploratory data analysis, statistical analysis, visualization. In fact, when KNPS does population census or surveys, people are employed, they do work. They go everywhere, they collect information. What happens? Why is it that when they finish the work today, it will take another year to release the results? Because of all these critical steps. Very, very, very key. Types of data analysis, we have diagnostic, depending on the kind of information you have, which is investigative. There's also descriptive, which is identifying the data. Predictive, which can also predict. And there's also prescriptive, which can also perform actions. Interpretation is the process now of telling people authoritatively, you have already analyzed your data, you can now talk with confidence that this is the position. And this is the easiest thing to do. I don't think interpretation is difficult. Anybody can do it. You know, the people who cook are the people who do the difficult job. But those who serve, no problem. Although we tend to tip those who serve than those who cook. Yet, they are the people who have made it good. The techniques of interpretation is pattern recognition and trend analysis. It can also give you time series analysis, moving averages, seasonal decomposition, and also cluster analysis. It depends on the kind of information you have. Then you can also do comparative analysis, cross-tabulation. Then you do ANOVA and comparative visualization. All these. Then predictive modeling can give you a regression. Like you see, when Vision 2030 was being predicted, we were being told 2030 we shall be a middle income. Are we almost there? We are 5 years away. Are we becoming middle income? How can we become middle income when our GDP, what is our Kenya's GDP per capita? How much is it, Chief? 600? 2150. About Singapore? South Africa, is it middle income? With almost 10,000. Singapore is over 20. So are we getting closer to 26,000 from 2,000? So when Vision 20 was being crafted, of course, they looked at all scenarios. But I think the scenario we adopted is the worst case scenario, and that's the one we are running away with. But otherwise, the best case scenario, tuliwachana nayo. To can get the worst case scenario, which will take us slowly, sluggish, to reach where we want to go. Integrating M&A tools in project life cycle, it's the same thing. You have it in phases, design stage, where you define your goals, you identify your resources, develop a work plan, dividing roles and responsibilities, and then you do what you call a needs assessment. This needs assessment is very, very, very important. Do you know that as it were, maybe about 2-3 years ago, Bretton Woods institutions were spending up to $4 billion in doing what we call capacity building in Africa. And when an evaluation was being done over time, 4 billion, the whole of Africa. Do you know the kind of findings they were coming up with? You are spending $4 billion to do capacity building, but when you come to do evaluation, you are told, here, unemployment has continued to grow, and poverty has continued to get worse. Now, what is this capacity you're building that is bringing more unemployment and more poverty? What it emerged, we also did an evaluation in that area. What it emerged is that the capacity buildings that were being built were irrelevant, not applicable. And even where they were relevant, we became a victim of brain drain. Where there are good skills, tunachukua. So they never used to help us. And then the monies, 100,000 consultants from the same institutions who are around earning the same money, but it's being said to be in Africa. So the money never even left where it was supposed to come from. So you can imagine those three scenarios. 100,000 consultants earning almost 50% of that support. But of course, it's for you to pay. I remember one time when I was in the Ministry of Health, some times back, there was an advisor, Mzungu. So one time I went to his office and we were chatting and I asked him, I was very frank, I asked him, how much do you earn? And he was very frank, he told me, I earn $5,000. That time, of course, not today. Then he asked me how much I earned. Because he had masters, I had masters. So, and I got my masters from abroad, so he cannot say these are Kenyan masters. So I told him, I told him I earn the same, but mine is in shillings. So he held his head and said, how do you survive? Because 5,000 shillings and $5,000. I mean, the office is supposed to give me advice, but he's earning $5,000, and I'm earning 5,000 shillings. That time. Then I told him, you see, when you see me coming 2 hours late to the office, that explains. Or when you see me leave earlier, you can see the reason. Because I have to make ends meet by perhaps going either to borrow or do other things, which are this man, fortunately, he was working under the World Bank. Indirectly, you know, these white men, even when you are somewhere, they can influence. I didn't know it was the origin of the public sector reforms in Kenya that now started the process of harmonizing civil service salaries. That's the time. I was even part of that team. I had shifted to Labour and I were part of the Clay Commission that was harmonizing civil service. Because even in the civil service, there were discrepancies. You find somebody who's working in railways and somebody who's the mainstream. In fact, I used to have a boss When we're in NSSF building, there was Block B, Block C, and Block A. So somebody was asking one of my colleagues, and he said, why is it that the people in Block A, they look smart and neat, but then the people are in Block C? Then he told them, you know, this is pure government. The other one are parastatals. Oh, so that was a discrepancy. These ones earn much more than those ones are. So this really made civil service salaries reform to commence. So that's a very, very, very important point I wanted to raise, that harmonizing those salaries and so forth are very important. Then implementation phase, after designing, you go to implementation, where you start now tracking, identifying emerging issues, making adjustments, and ensuring accountability. Accountability is very, very, very important. Accountability, M&A is an accountable tool. And even before I conclude, I'll just take 2 minutes to explain how accountable M&A can be. So monitoring and evaluation phase, monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning. Learning is reflection, documentation, sharing, and application. And that diagram there demonstrates all those. And obviously, the linkage between what I mentioned about planning, budgeting, and M&A, you can see it in that diagram. Very, very, very important. Challenges and mitigation in M&A. First of all, before I even go to challenges, how does M&A ensure accountability? There's a system we have developed, and maybe another time I'll come and present when you have this kind of meeting, where if you have a target you have set, and you have the amount of resources to spend, and you have the time frame. If you spend 20% of the monies for that project, you must demonstrate that you have actually achieved 20% of that target. Again, not too late, within the same time frame. You know, you can achieve same thing but late. Or you can achieve the same thing but more expensively. So we were trying to design a system called e-NIMES, which was ensuring that the three deliverables move in tandem. 20% target, 20% resources, 20% time frame. If you achieve all those in tandem, then you could score what we call a green color. But if you have achieved, you shift from green color to blue. You're in excellent region. But I think we wanted to use it to do analysis, but we realized, in fact, I would have demonstrated to you how we're coming up with, we realized that most institutions were in red color, red. When we had a session with governors in Mombasa, we had developed one for the counties. And as they were actually, as I was presenting before they went for lunch, I said, there's a system we have done for 7 counties. Can we, before you go for lunch, can you go and see where your county is? So they all went and looked at the county. There was only one county which was not red. And they didn't know until we opened. Then, you know, everybody wanted to know, who is this? We realized it was Migori. Then the other governors were saying, but we have done a lot of work. What's happening? Then we said, if you do work which you are not reporting on, then we don't know. So they went back, and I think that evening about 15 counties changed the color from. And they were not cheating. Of course, somebody will say, how about if they maneuver? There is a mechanism we put in place which makes sure you don't cheat. So you can do correct things, but if you don't report, so Obado, who was then the governor of Migori, was performing very well. In fact, he said, this is, I can go for lunch, the others let them stay there. Because his color was different. So you see, those colors were meant to be sustained so that they can actually indicate how ministries and counties were performing. Now, challenges and mitigation measures. Data quality and collection is a problem. Poor data quality, data collection challenges, where you may want to collect information and you don't get it. Lack of data management system is a big problem. Stakeholder engagement, lack of stakeholder engagement is also a challenge. Difficulties in engaging diverse stakeholders is also a challenge. Resource constraints, these are very, very important one. M&A has never been given prominence. I don't know why. There are countries which learned from Kenya. They went and had their M&A functions working, including resource allocations, but we still have a challenge in Kenya. Then time constraint. Then above all, this is my last statement, there is poor planning, lack of clear objectives, but above all, as a challenge, is resistance from the uptakers, people who have to use, people don't like M&A, I mentioned, even right from the establishment. Talk about M&A, so long as it doesn't serve their interests, forget it. But mitigation measures, establish clear data collection protocols, train data collectors, use appropriate tools and technology, conduct regular data quality audits, and pilot test correction tools. Stakeholder engagement, that's very, very important. You build trust and transparency, foster early involvement, develop a stakeholder engagement plan. Addressing the challenges of insufficient resources, advocate for resource allocation. Integrate M&A into program budgets. Explore funding opportunities from donors, development agencies, and or private sector partners to establish M&A systems. In fact, we had even gone to an extent of engaging members of parliament to buy into ensuring that M&A gets support. Mitigate the challenges of poor planning in monitoring and evaluation. Develop a comprehensive M&A plan. Engage stakeholders early. Conduct a needs assessment. Set realistic and achievable goals, and invest, much more importantly, in capacity building. Very, very, very important. You have to build M&A capacities. I think that was a very lengthy presentation, but I thought it's worth it.
Thank you, Daktari. You've really shared a good presentation, and we have gleaned from your wisdom. I think M&A is still very relevant, but the challenge I find right now in the country is the goodwill from duty bearers. And unless we handle the issues around budgeted corruption, duty bearers will not be very comfortable on the tracking of results, because by the time we are discussing those results at output level, it's going to expose many entities. So I think before we go to monitoring and evaluation, we need to tackle the issue of budgeted corruption and leakages. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari, for that wonderful presentation. Maybe as a consultant, you can guide us how we can be able to navigate the issue of funding. You realize, like the supplementary one, M&D was rationalized to zero, the whole budget. So what happens? Maybe even the State Department for Planning, what role do you have in ensuring that we still have some element of M&D despite the scarce resources?
Thank you so much, Daktari, for your presentation. My name is Frank Jara from the Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate, and I'm glad to see you because before I joined after you left, but I can assure you that we are faring well in terms of maybe just to mention about the policy. We have made some gains in terms of the policy that was approved, and we have a number of counties that have cascaded down their M&D policies into their respective counties. And also, the national government is also, through our PS for the State Department, is very keen in terms of ensuring that the structures that were laid down in the policy are being followed, including the formation of the ministerial monitoring and evaluation committees. However, during the envisioning of the policy, there was just one ministry against one state department, so that has been a challenge on who is supposed to chair, but I think that one has been addressed in terms of ensuring, laying some procedures in terms of who is supposed to do that. Another challenge, just that in addition to one of our colleagues who had mentioned a challenge on M&D is the utilization of findings from M&D, especially reports. Many a times the reports are not done in time to inform budgeting. So this is an area that I think it should be given prominence in terms of either submission or collection of data and doing this report, so that after planning, the reports can be used, or the reports can be used to inform budgeting and other processes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daktari, for a wonderful presentation. I just wanted you to comment on the impact, evaluating impact. Because normally you implement projects and programs in an environment where other interventions are also ongoing. The challenge is always that how do you contribute an impact to whatever project and program without claiming what has been done in the same environment. I just wanted your comment around impact evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you for those good questions. I think the first one was budget corruption. What forces people to do budgets for corruption? Why do you put money where you don't require it? And if you go back to my presentation, I said that a strong M&A comes to arrest this kind of situation, so that M&A informs budget. How does M&A inform budget, and then it informs it to go and be a corrupted budget? Then it means M&A is not working. But in a strong system that acknowledges M&A, that corruption practice should not be there. If M&A is working, and the beauty about M&A, if M&A was working the way it should, then first of all, that corruption thing should not be there. In fact, I even said one time, if you spend 20% of your money to achieve 20% of your target within 20% of your time, where will you have corruption? But because that doesn't happen, then it means M&A as a gap. I did a recent study which was supported by Tuendembere, South Africa. They gave me a consultants, which I did for them, where Kenya's M&A is today and where it was during the economic recovery strategy. And there's a follower. During the economic recovery strategy, there was very minimum. In fact, when you have a robust M&A system, you don't have to steal to gain. You can actually gain fairly. But you know, because there are those people who believe, even when they have that, until and unless they steal, then they don't have, then that's the problem. You don't have to steal to gain. You don't have to steal to drive a FX. Why don't you work hard and earn it and get it right? That's the kind of society. In fact, Kigali here, if you drive a status of the car, you will be stopped. They'll ask you, where did you get the money? We know your salary. So if you have such kind of systems working, you will find the people behaving well. Right? You know the way you shine out there. This is why I was saying that your expenditure tells more about your life. If you see somebody driving a FX, from having been working, then you will ask yourself questions. You find what happened, what kind of a job does this have? And then they don't think that you earned it by it. They know that you actually got that kind of resources from elsewhere. So we have a very strong system that checks those, so that even when you are budgeting, there is more, M&A is being used to guide. That's why I was saying M&A must inform planning, then planning in turn informs budgeting. But you know, here, perhaps things are not the same. You find you are given a ceiling. You don't know how it was determined. Somebody sits somewhere in the night and comes up with a ceiling because of other vested interests. But it can be avoided. But I'm a believer that you don't have to steal to benefit. Why don't you earn the money and then you do your things in the open manner without somebody? So corruption, a study needs to be done to ascertain how bad the situation is. But the current effectiveness of monitoring, how much is monitoring being used? By the way, this is the study I was being given to do. How much is monitoring still influencing planning in Kenya today? And how much is that planning informing budgeting? If it was, in fact, we started when it was almost at 70%. Instead of going towards 80, it reversed. It's going down to 40, meaning if we are not very careful, it will go down and everything will be forgotten. So we need to reverse. And I believe that this kind of sessions can help us perhaps change that mentality, that can we do things right and still gain from it, so that we avoid a situation where perhaps very few people are getting to benefit and others are not. And I also want to, there's a question that came up, I don't know whether I'm answering them in style. There's something that, a question that was asked, how much of M&A is being utilized? That was part of my assignment. Very little. In fact, I can give you a fact that sometimes, even when we used to prepare annual progress reports, people will say, give us copies. We have never seen these reports. But do you know, even when we were delivering these reports to the people who were asking for them, they were never reading them. And it reminds me of a case which I always like quoting, 1982, when we had a coup in Kenya. Everywhere else was looted except bookshops. Because people are not interested. What? They have no business going to loot books to do what? Our reading culture is very bad. That even when people come and say, oh, where are these reports? You deliver to them. The way you deliver to them is the same way those books will be kept. They got attached. So delivering is one thing, but reading and making use of the information. People will tell you they don't have time. That's why sometimes we are told, can you make executive reports? Even when you make executive reports, they don't. You know, executive reports are too summarized that sometimes they also don't carry meat to help the people who are making policy. So the impact evaluation, I think you asked about impact evaluation. Impact evaluation is, as I mentioned, is not a one-side result effect. It's supported. You know, when you want to create an impact, when you want to do an impact evaluation, other players must do their part. So that at the end of the day, and I was mentioning, when you, for example, you want to check where there is a high standards of living, nobody can claim. When I was in the KCC, one time, a policeman came to see me in the office. And my secretary told me, actually it was the spokesman, my secretary told me, police spokesman wants to see you. Then I was wondering, what have I done that a police spokesman wants to see me? And then I was told he was sent by the commissioner of police. Then I started saying, maybe he's looking for a wrong office, not my office. No, he said, it is your office. Then I said, okay, in any event, if I had done a mistake, it's not the commissioner who would have arrested me, as so many other people would have come to arrest me. So I allowed him in. He came in, and you know, policemen have protocols. He saluted me, and I felt good. And they told me, the commissioner wants to see you. Then he told me, you have done a good job. Oh, then I started smiling. But you know, sometimes policemen can tell you have done a good job when they are arresting you. So, but he told me that morning we had done a presentation of stakeholders and policemen who were there. But there is a message they picked from my presentation, which I was not aware of, that crime rate had gone down. They were very happy that is their credit. So I went, and when I joined him to Vigilance House, I tell you, I really enjoyed it because the gates were opened for me, and the people were saying, oh, hi, I felt very important. I even thought my peers will not like it when I'm going to. So when I read the police commissioner, he brought me here and said, this is a good report. This is what crime has gone down. This is the indicator I was very, very, very interested in. And he saw it. And he said, I want this thing to be in there. I took that opportunity to get his contact number so that when policemen arrest me, I call him directly. So, but down to your question, the crime rate was not as a result of them alone. It's not the policemen who brought the crime rate down. They are a combination of factors. In fact, there is an indicator they used to say, you know, this year, the number of accidents have gone down. Do you know what happened? That time, vehicles were not moving at night. So accidents were not happening because vehicles were not moving. But how do you claim that you have achieved well because we have brought accidents down? How do you bring accidents down from vehicles which are not moving? So the crime rate, although it's a function of policemen, is not solely the policemen. If people get engagement, it's a time we are going for budgets. John, you can remember this, where we used to solicit for resources based on sectors. Prisons wants to have more money because the prisons are few. But somebody said, is having more prisons a good indicator of development? It means you have a crime society. But if you can do anything to minimize people going to prison, that will be a good indicator. So impacts are normally assessed in terms of how your outcomes from the other sectors contribute to that impact. But apportioning that impact indicator, therefore, must depend on those outcome indicators, so that you can be able to know who in this outcome contributed meaningfully to the overall. It's like when we say Kenya's GDP has grown by 5.4%. There is somebody who got 7%. There are also those who got 3%. So you serialize and see how can you be able to cumulatively trace the good performance of that kind of. I think that I rest my case there, but this is a very wonderful team I've been able to talk to. And I want to encourage you that I like to be associated. And I know there are many other players in this field who are really missing this event, and they like to be, because this is where you build networks, this is where you get to know each other, and I think it's very important. Thank you so much.
So, members, please help me welcome Dr. Muigai Wainaina on the presentation on report writing. Let's give him a clap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. And all protocols were observed. Allow me to write on the protocols that have been established earlier. And I will be making a presentation on report writing. Maybe to start with is that I can say that I'm happy to be here to discuss a skill that is essential in almost all professions. We know that reports are backbone for informed decision making, allowing one to analyze the data, track progress, and propose effective solutions. And in the modern world, where information is constantly bombarding on us, the ability to produce a well-structured report is very, very important. Report writing is an important aspect which is evergreen with us, Wherever we are, we need to produce reports. The presenters who are here before us are more so the one on monitoring and evaluation. He mentioned that after doing all is supposed to be done under M&E, there's a lot of report writing which is supposed to be done. So report writing is something which is very, very important that we need to understand well so that we may be able to present information in the manner it is supposed to be presented. And it is not a big deal on issue of report writing. It's only that we make some mistakes here and there when presenting our reports. But generally, my presentation, we just touch majorly on these small issues that we normally maybe overlook that can make a report worthwhile. And to start with, allow me to show something very small here. Now, there is this gentleman by the name of Peter who is a confectionery trader and want to diversify his undertaking and invest in apple vending business. But he has no idea how it is supposed to be set up. There's another gentleman by the name Johnson who is an experienced apple trader and has an established business which is situated around some 5 kilometers away. And he is willing to offer free advice on the apple business. So Peter sends two of his staff one afternoon, Henry and Mary, to get some important information from Johnson on how they can set up the apple business and then report back. Now, these two staff compiles different reports. So when you talk of report writing, it is important to see whether they have presented the facts that can help this entrepreneur to continue and do his business. Let us have a report from Mary. This is what Mary says. That I met Johnson, who is a seed-on trader in apple business, and I gathered information on purchasing and apples for sale. He mentioned that apples can be sourced from local farms and regional distributors. The average price per apple is around 10 shillings, depending on size and quality. Johnson advised sourcing apples from reputable suppliers to ensure quality and freshness. He emphasized the importance of maintaining a good relationship with suppliers for consistent supply and better pricing. Overall, he informed that apple's market is competitive, but there is consistent demand due to their popularity as a summer snack. If you are given such a report, is it conclusive? Is it informative? I know this is an afternoon after lunch, and as an economist, I understand the diminishing marginal returns. It goes diminishing as time goes by. And for this reason, I want to engage in a dialogue, not a monologue. So by a show of hands, is that report adequate? Yes? Can that report help Mr. Peter to set up his apple business? Okay, let us see the second report. Now, this one is done by Henry. Henry says that I met Johnson, who provided valuable insights into sourcing, pricing, and market dynamics of apples. The average price per apple is around 10 shillings. He also noted that there is a growing demand for organic and sustainably grown apples, which are priced slightly higher at 12 shillings due to their perceived health benefits and environmental advantages. Additionally, Johnson mentioned that purchasing in bulk can result in significant discounts, with the prices potentially dropping to Kenya shillings 6 per apple and Kenya shillings 9 for organic ones. Once the purchase is made in bulk, the seller can offer free transport to the vendor premises, which will help streamline logistics and reduce handling costs. Apples fetch 15 shillings for the ordinary ones and 20 shillings for the organic apple. For a new establishment, you need 2 people to handle the sales. Sales can range from 10 to 15 crates per day during peak season and 7 to 10 crates in low season. A crate contains 144 pieces of apple. In terms of distribution, John advised that we can sell through local markets, grocery stores, online platforms to reach a broad customer base. To maximize profitability, we should consider strategic solutions, investing in proper storage facilities, including refrigeration and humidity control to keep the apples fresh. Implement an efficient management system to minimize spoilage and ensure steady supply of high-quality apples. Now, you have to read those 2 reports. Which one is informative? The the second one. Yes, we normally find ourselves in the same positions. That you have a lot of idea in your head, but how to put pen on paper and then deliver the content that is in your head normally becomes a problem. And this can only be achieved through proper report writing. So in this case, you can see that this vendor, Mr. Peter, may send these two officers, but the first report, of course, cannot be relied upon. But for the second report, you have seen that this person has done quite some good analysis, quite some good research in marketing, and also getting the relevant information for him to help his boss set up the business. So this is very important as we are doing our report writing, because we engage in report writing on day-to-day basis. Even by the time maybe you'll be coming out of this workshop, we might be expected to do some back-to-office report. So it is important to ensure that we touch on each and every aspect. So very, very fast, I want to rush through because of limitation of time. That is the outline. I don't need to go through it. This thing has started misbehaving. Report writing is a structured and systematic method of conveying information, findings, and analysis to a specific audience. Primary purpose of a report is to present information, data, and facts, just as we have seen from that story behind there. This guy, we have said that Henry did a good work. He was able to present information, he had the data, and he had the facts, and he also had the recommendations. He is giving recommendations that what we need to do. He is even saying that in this business of ours, you can be able to sell 15 to 20 crates, that one crate costs around this and this amount. It contains 144 pieces of fruits. That information is very, very important. According to Mary Moot and Lynn Hamilton, who are authors of Guide to Managerial Communication, report writing is the process of selecting, organizing, interpreting, and communicating information to meet a specific objective. What is a report? A report is a structured formal document presented in an organized manner with the aim of conveying information. It has to be organized, highly organized. There are tenets, there are do's and don'ts when you are writing reports to ensure that it communicates, conveying information, very, very important, such that once you do the report, you can be able to extract what is contained in that report, and it can help you now to make further decisions. There are various types of reports. We have information reports, which provide details about a specific topic or subject. Their aim is to present information in a clear, concise, and organized manner to inform, educated the readers. For example, maybe a market report. Maybe you want to venture in stock markets, in Nairobi Stock Exchange, and you want information, you don't know where to start. These reports can assist you. Yeah, you can analyze maybe some 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years, how a particular stock can be doing. And then it can help you to make the decision of either investing that stock or not. Progress report again. These ones are normally undertaken to show the progress made and the challenges and or obstacles which are encountered, for example, a construction. Also, when we talk of issues of monitoring, you want to see how far a particular building is, what percentage is it. These are progress reports. We then have some technical reports, which are normally technical in nature, which provide information such as the specifications, the designs, or performance data, often aimed at a technical audience. This, of course, surveyors, engineers. These are the type of reports that they use to report on the progress on what they are doing. Research reports, they present findings of research conducted on a particular topic or issue, often including literature review, data analysis, and conclusions. For example, a social science research paper. I do believe that maybe most of us have already undertaken their masters, and I do believe that you also did these reports, research reports. You had a topic or issue that you went to research on, and I do believe that we did all this for you maybe to qualify to get that master's degree. So these are the research reports, also other types of reports. Feasibility reports, again, these ones normally come in handy when you want to evaluate the viability of a project, whether you need to invest in that particular project, is it viable, you have to do the feasibility report, and it informs whether you need to spend resources on it, and then, of course, you have to show the accrued benefits. There are also some business reports. These are reports which are used in business setting to communicate information about the company's performance, operations, strategies, etc. And plus some many others. I don't have to go through all of them. Now, very, very important. How should a report be structured? A professional report should contain the following. Number one, it should have a title, which is the first thing that the reader will see, and should be clear and concise. Concise means it should be straight to the point. You cannot have a title on top of a book, for example, saying mango farming, the top of the book, that is your title. Then inside, the person is talking about chicken rearing. It has to be concise, it has to be clear, and it has to be to the point. There must be a table of content, which provides, of course, an overview of the report's content, listing all sections and subsections with the clear headings. Should have a summary, which we normally call the executive summary. And this summarizes the report's main topics, including findings, objectives, and recommendations. And this is normally written after the report is done. This is how you do a professional report. An executive summary, you don't write it at the beginning, but it is after you have finalized, you have done all the entire report, because you need to go and pick short synopses of what is being discussed in that report, and also the findings, and then you bring them forward, such that if someone now reads the executive summary, he can have a snapshot of what the report is talking about. So very, very important. The report must have an introduction, which introduces the topic and informs readers what to expect in the report. An introduction should capture the reader's attention. Again, it must be captivating and should provide relevant background information, should clear and concise, including why the report was written and its objectives. Very, very important. The introduction, make sure that you capture everything that is going to be in that report. Then, of course, the body, which is the longest section, including all the information, data analysis, should be presented in an organized manner, often using subheadings and bullet points for it to flow properly. Then from there, we have the conclusion. The conclusion summarizes findings of that report, and it should wrap up. This again now should give us what was there and what are your findings. It should wrap up all the essential information presented in the body and make recommendations based on the report's finding. The conclusion must be brief and clear, avoiding introductions of any new information. So you only discuss what is in that information, but don't introduce something new, but just conclude and say what your findings are. Then from there, of course, we have the recommendations, which provide suggested goals or steps based on the report's information, and they should be realistic and achievable. Recommendation, what we are saying is it must be realistic and achievable. For example, maybe let us talk of, maybe you are discussing about same example of apple farming. And you have an acre piece of land, you are farming your apples, and then there are problems because the trees are not yielding much. Then you want to come up with recommendations. The recommendations must be concise and clear. That what you recommend, maybe adding more fertilizer, maybe bringing in some good species of apples and the rest. But it should be achievable and realistic. But you don't say that in this, what you need to do is, first of all, you start investing in the drone technology in that farm. You start investing in high technology. You need to buy tractors, and you are talking of 1 acre of land. So they have to be realistic, and they have to be achievable. Features of a good report. What should they have? Key feature of an effective report writing that ensures information presented is clear, concise, and useful includes, number one, clarity. The information should be very clear that is discussed in that report. Reports should be written in clear and concise language, avoiding use of jargon or technical terms that may be confusing to the reader. Jargon, we need to avoid a lot of jargon in what we are writing, because we want to relay particular information to a reader. And of course, once you want to relay this information to the reader, of course now you don't have to use technical terms that maybe this person may not understand. I have an example here, use of jargon. Look at that language. Can someone read for us that?
The team needs to work together to finish the project on time.
To finish the project in time. This information can be relayed in jargon. Yeah? I don't know for those who say that they went to group of schools. Can you read that?
The team must synergize to achieve the timely delivery of the project deliverables.
Now, maybe only for those who went to group of schools who can understand this, eh? But for, what about for someone who went up to class 8? It becomes a problem. So we need as much as possible to avoid the jargon. Okay, look at this. Can someone read?
The company is focusing on improving customer service to increase their satisfaction.
Yes, the company is just focusing on improving customer service to increase their satisfaction, to increase satisfaction of the customer. Simple language and very clear. Any other person, if this one is presented in the report, you'll be able to read and extract the meaning. Okay, read this.
The organization is prioritizing the enhancement of customer-centric initiatives to augment client satisfaction metrics, thereby fostering a more positive
Okay, jargon. Yes, the information is the same. Yeah? The information is the same for maybe for high-tech lawyers, the Lumumba type. Yes, they can understand this. But can this be understood by any other person? No. Look at this. The team needs to work together to meet the project deadline. Another person says, it is imperative for the team to engage in collaborative synergies to ensure the timely completion of the project, thereby aligning with strategic objectives and optimizing. You see now you even get lost as you read. So now, when you are doing your report, ensure that you avoid jargon as much as possible. The report must be clear. It should be, you should need to get rid of any jargon language that, that can be included there. Make sure that it is clear, strict, and concise. Objectivity, again, a report should be objective, meaning that it should be free from bias or personal opinions. Whatever is being discussed in there, remember when Dr. Machuku was presenting here this morning, when he was talking of the issue of the data and what have you, it might give wrong information. You can also give wrong information and you say, maybe out of the analysis that I have done, these are not the good results. Let me give my own opinion. No, you should not. Can you concern yourself to what the report is saying? Avoid personal opinions. Accuracy. Reports should be based on reliable sources and accurate data. Information should be verified and cross-checked to ensure it is correct. Just as he said, accuracy. The reports must be accurate for any other person now to be able to take the next course of action. The structure. A report should be structured in a logical and organized manner with clear headings, subheadings, and sections. You can also issue visual aids, for example, charts and graphs to illustrate the key points and make information easier to understand. They say that a picture paints 1,000 words, such that you can use a picture and then you try to describe it. A picture sticks very fast, so you can use those visuals just to ensure that you enhance the readability of the report. Evidence. Reports should include evidence to support any claim or findings, such as statistics, quotes, or references to relevant literature. Again, this is very, very important. You don't just have to give a prose, and then you are not saying, where are you getting this information from? Because we normally quote, we normally cite, make sure that all that is done. Then from there, another good report should have some recommendations, and make a recommendation suggestion for future action may be based on the findings or analysis will be presented and included in the report. Essentials of a process of report writing. First of all, you need to have the executive summary and the table of contents should come last. This one we had discussed. Then we need to focus on the objective, make sure that you understand the purpose of the report and who you are writing it for. Understand fast. Again, this is very, very key. We have had cases whereby someone is supposed to go and do a report, but he or she never paid attention to details. You have been told, can you go and do a report on acacia tree? So instead of you going discussing acacia tree, you go and discuss another type of tree. You do not pay attention to details. You must, from your supervisors, from your boss, before you put pen on paper, understand the question first for it to be relevant and to be objective. For a business report, write an objective statement first. This helps you to decide what's going to be relevant and important to the reader. Before you start writing, gather all your research and relevant information. You might need to interview people, do some background reading, or carry out experiments. Very, very important. Before you write a report, because it will be based on research, maybe it will be based on interviews, can you first of all start by correcting all your apparatus, put them in place before you start writing. Then number 2, decide on the structure for your report. How are you going to organize the information you have into sections? Provide what we call the 5W and the 1H. What, why, who, when, where, and how. In report writing, we normally talk of the 5 wives and the 1 husband. 5W and 1H. What defines the specific problem? What are you discussing? Why explains the reasons or the objectives? Who refers to the specific audience for whom the report is intended? When, we talk of the time frame here. Where, specific, what is the exact location or position of the issue? And how, specifies the steps and the logic to be used. Very, very important. And once, if that is put in place, then you get organized well. Use clear layout. Make your report look more readable and inviting. Use headings and subheadings to break up the text. Remember to number these consistently. E.g., you see that subsection 1, Then you can have subsection 1A or subsection 1B. Then you can have a subsection 1A1, and this order must follow. You must start with Arabic. Arabic is 1, 2, 3 up to 9, or 0 up to 9. If you are numbering something, for example, you are doing a report on this conference. The conferences were started by among others, A1. Then if you are going to break it down, then go to A. You don't go to Roman before you go to alphabet. So that is the order. Start with Arabic, go to alphabet, then go to Roman. Are we together? Then if you want to do some more divisions after that, you can use bullets, you can use points. But you cannot have 1, that is Arabic, then you have Roman, then you start A, B, C, D. No, that is not the order. The order should be Arabic, alphabetical, and Roman. Then when you are subdividing sections, we have section, for example, section 1. If there's something to be discussed in section 1, there's a subtopic in section 1, you have subsection 1.1. Then go to another section, section 1.2. If you have a subsection still in 1, you had subsection 1.1. If you still have another classification, then there should be 1.1.1. If you have another one still under it, 1.1.2. So that way. Then we go to the next section, which is 1.2, 1.2.1, 1.2.2, 1.2.3. Once you do this, you will have some very good organized report. Include adequate spacing and margins to make the text look dense. Remember, we normally talk of maybe 1.5. If you are using maybe Times News Romans, spacing of 1.5, and maybe the font size could be number 12. Otherwise, in your report, you don't need to have, in one page you have a different font type, the other page has a different one, the spacing is different, but it should be adequate. Well-structured paragraphs should not be more than 5 sentences long. Again, you might be doing paragraphs which are very, very long. A good paragraph should not be more than 5 sentences long. Edit and proofread. Here's a checklist of what you should ask yourself before submitting your report. Is it free from grammatical mistake? Do the sections follow on logically from each other? Is each point supported with evidence or data? This is all about proofreading. Are the conclusions and recommendations persuasive? Are all the sources correctly referenced? And finally, have you kept the report objective or brief? Keep sentences short and simple. Include only one main idea in each sentence with extra information in the following sentence. Instead of making the sentence too long, 25, 30 words, break it into smaller sentences. Avoid writing long sentences with lots of subclauses, which will make it difficult for your reader to follow. Aim for sentences which are not longer than 15 to 20 words. And you can even look at this. For example, avoid writing wrong sentences with lots of subclauses, which will make it difficult for your reader to follow. How many words are these? From this to this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So it is not yet 20. And you can see that sentence is long. So imagine you are doing a 20 or 25 word sentence, how it can be. So the sentences should always be short. I hope this one. Look at this. This is a paragraph. Recognizing the declining fish population in many marine ecosystems due to overfishing and extractive fishing practices, implementing comprehensive fisheries management policies that incorporate science-based catch limits, protected marine areas, and the promotion of sustainable aquaculture techniques is essential for preserving biodiversity, supporting coastal communities that rely on fishing for their livelihood, and ensuring their long-term health and productivity. What is that? That is gibberish. Someone cannot even understand. And it is one sentence, by the way, only that it has been separated in commas. But it is one paragraph, a very long paragraph. But look at this. Short, clear sentences. Sentence less than 15 words. Now, look, declining fish population due to overfishing and destructive practices necessitate comprehensive fisheries management. Home and dry. Essential strategies include science-based catch limits, protected marine areas, and promoting sustainable aquaculture. These measures aim to prevent biodiversity and support coastal communities dependent on fishing. Ultimately, these efforts are crucial for ensuring the long-term health and productivity of our oceans. Simple and clear. Simple and clear. So avoid sentences which are too long, because of course you are going to lose the meaning, and your people your audience may not be able to follow. Use linking words. Words and phrases like therefore, they are very, very important. Again, when you have two sentences and you want to carry the information what is in the first part of the sentence and the other sentence, you can use linking words. Maybe therefore, however, for the reason, etc. help your reader to follow your ideas. So linking words, again, are very, very important. For example, you can have this one. The research showed a strong correlation, full stop. Further investigation is needed. You can use a linking word and say, the research showed a strong correlation, therefore, further investigation is needed. Same sentence, but now you can understand it more. The policy aimed to reduce carbon emission, full stop. It faced significant opposition from the industry groups. Use linking words. The policy aimed to reduce carbon emission. However, it faced similar opposition from industry groups. So that is how you use those linking words. And once you do that, you can be able to have some very good sentences. Renewable energy sources are becoming more affordable in many countries. We use a linking word, which is for this reason. That is why many countries are doing so. So avoid long sentences. If you have sentences that you want to link, make sure that you use the linking word. Use short, clear sentence. Long sentences seem to lose meaning to the reader. Use everyday English. I think which one you have mentioned. Again, make sure that you use everyday English, because if you use again in a sentence, you want to explain with so many words, you are going even to lose the meaning. For example, this sentence, the gold-colored dog barked loudly, scaring off the birds. Simple as clear, a short sentence. Look at this long sentence. The dog, a large golden retriever with the bright, intelligent eyes and fluffy coat that shone in the sunlight, barked loudly, its deep, resonant voices echoing across the yard, causing the birds to scatter for safety. So, these are long sentences, which do not have, they have lost their meaning. You cannot even be able to follow it up. You are totally lost. The sun sets in the evening. That is what you want to explain to someone. The sun, you start explaining what is a sun. Yeah, who wants to do this explanation? That it is a celestial body at the center of our solar system. Yeah, maybe for someone, maybe who want to brag, but this one needs to be made short and clear so that you may not lose the intended information to your reader. Keep an eye on punctuation. Again, very, very important. Punctuations are very, very important. Punctuation, those commas, those exclamation marks, the colons, the semicolons, the way you use them, very, very important. Correct punctuation helps you, your reader, move more easily through your report. If you are not sure on when to use commas or semicolons or other punctuation marks, simplify your sentence structure. It's better to have a shorter, clearer sentence than long, convoluted. Convoluted means winding with incorrect punctuation or lost meaning. Use of punctuation marks can change the meaning of a sentence of a report. Look at this sentence. Now, in this case, a man without a woman is mad. Who is mad here? Yes? The man. Who is mad? The man. Thank you very much. It is the man who is. The same sentence. Yeah? I come here, I put an exclamation mark, same sentence, and then I put another exclamation mark here. Can you read now? A man without a woman is mad. Who is mad here? Are we together? Very, very important. Punctuations. Make sure that you use them in the right place. It can totally change the meaning of a sentence. Now, there's this Mary who loves three things. She loves cooking, she loves her family, and she loves her dog. What's happening? Okay. So are we together here? Mary loves how many things? She loves? Yes? Now, can we remove these marks? Can you read now? So, has it lost the meaning? It has totally lost meaning. Because now, Mary loves cooking her family. So she cooks her family and her dog also. So it has totally lost the meaning. So it is very, very important. Now, can you read this one? Can someone explain what's the meaning of that? So you are what is this thing called love? So you are asking, someone is telling you about love. So you are asking, what is this that you call love? Yes. Now, I want to put a comma here. Has it changed the meaning? So the second meaning is? Yes? Yes? No. What is this? What is the? Maybe you are explaining now to your love. Okay, what is this? This called love? Now you are lover or maybe whoever? It totally changes meaning. Are we together? So wrong use of punctuation. You have to be very careful in your report. Otherwise, you are going to lose the meaning of your report. So now, briefly, let us look at data visualization. Remember, I told you that I'm presenting this one subject to my time constraint. Data visualization I had mentioned and said that it's important for us to use data visualization in the report for it to be able maybe to communicate more. The data visualization benefit gives you better analysis, faster decision making. You can be able to understand. Once you see a picture paints 1,000 words. You can be able to understand it very fast. Data visualization will include, for example, line graphs. And once we talk of a line graph, for example, look at this graph. Before you look at the graph, up there, just read. Rice production in Tanzania was recorded as 2005, 1782, 2200, 2450, and 2015 metric ton from the year 2020 to 2024. While Nigeria recorded that 500, that 600, 5,052, and 5,000 metric tons over the same period. That one may not stick in your head. But once you look at this graph, it will communicate that very fast. This graph paints that picture in your head, and you can even see that the rice production in Tanzania has been going up. It has been going up. Even Nigeria, you can see it has been going up. We can see in the year 2021, it was down. The year 2020 was down. But from 2021 to 2022, it started going up, a picture. So it is important, when you are doing your reports, also make sure that you include some of these. They improve the understanding of your report. We have bar charts, same information. Now here you can compare between the two countries. For example, you can see in chart number 1, which was 2020, one country is producing 2005, the other one is at 500. I don't know why Nigeria, they are down here. You can see the regions are here. You can see what they are for Nigeria and for Tanzania. You can be able to do that comparison. So they are very, very important. We go to pie charts, which are attractive, easy to understand, and used for representing relative sizes. A pie chart is a perfect choice for visualization percentages. For example, here we can see web traffic sources. Even like, for example, what Kamau was talking of, those who have, I don't know, responded, those who have tweeted back, those who have visited, those who have liked, those who have clicked. It can be presented very well in this pie chart. Because, for example, now, whatever he said, I don't know how many liked, I don't know, 8. If it is presented here, you can be able to grasp this information very, very fast. Then we have what we call the area chart. This one is just the same as the bar chart, and I mean the line chart that we had previously. It's only that it is marked. You can see what was there for Nigeria, the upper limit, and then the blue line here before it was shaded. These are area charts. They can also be used to represent information. Scatter plots, I know because most of us are economists here, the purpose is to show one variable effect upon the other, the relationship issue. For example, here you can see we have e-commerce sales, the relation between e-commerce sales and online advertising in dollars. So as you increase advertising, you can see that the sales are going up. This is a scatter plot. Data visualization, again, the pyramid graph, more so this one is used in our offices in matters of hierarchy. We have the boss at the top, and then it goes in a pyramid format, up to down there where we have most of the stuff. Also very, very important, you can use this while presenting your data. A Venn diagram, I'm rushing this because my time is running out. A Venn diagram again, this one is used to represent the relationship between items and highlighting how the items are similar or different. You can see we have people who like eating fast foods. The other one, you have people who don't want to gain weight. So now, what is that intersection between the two circles? What does it represent? Yeah? Circle number 1, we have people who like eating fast foods. Number 2, we have people who don't want to gain weight. What about the intersection? What does it represent? Hey, economists, umesahau hii mambo ya Venn diagrams. This one represents people who are in both categories. Yeah. So now, this is a person who is doing some marketing. There are those who want to eat fast foods. There are those who don't want to gain weight. So how are they going out to make a trade-off so that you get the niche for the customers that you, for your market to increase your sales? We have decision trees. For example, we have a project management decision helper here. We have this guy. He's asking himself, should I start this project? Yes or no? If it is no, ask not to be involved. Then I do not be involved. If it is yes, he asks the other question. Is it important for the company? Yes or no? If it is yes, is it too risky? Yes or no? If it is yes, then consider not to be involved. If it is not risky, start the project. On the other side of no, is it important for my career? Yes. If yes, start the project. If no, don't start it. Decision trees. Again, very, very important in displaying information. Then we have a process flow chart. These, again, are very, very important because they can show where the process is starting and where it's ending. This one's also, also displays what is normally there in the input process and the output. For example, here you have a faulty car lamp. And this lamp is faulty. Even before you start now making a decision on what to do with this lamp, the first issue is that the lamp is not working. If it is not working, the question is the lamp plugged in? Because maybe it's not plugged in. Maybe the mechanic just went and put it there, but he did not put it into the socket. If it is no, the decision is plug in the lamp. If it is yes, if it is not plugged in, if it is already plugged in, is the bulb burnt out? You find out. If it is yes, then replace the bulb. If no, then replace the lamp. Now, this is a process flow diagram, and it's very, very important even in our work, how processes are undertaken from the beginning to the end. Common errors in report writing. That was data visualization. Most of the mistakes that we make is lack of clarity in objectives. Without a clear understanding of what needs to be achieved, the report may lack focus and fail to deliver meaningful insights. Then inadequate research and data gathering. I think this was also alluded to by the presenter this morning on issue of wrong data. It might give you wrong results. Poor organization and structure, lack of coherence and a logical flow can lead to confusion and make it difficult for the audience to extract the key messages. Then ineffective communication of findings. Presenting findings in a report requires more than just listing the point. Many reports suffer from failure to effectively communicate the significance of the findings. And this is very, very important. You have the information comfortably in your head, and you know what you want, but putting it on paper maybe becomes a problem. So these are some of the common mistakes. You download what is not in your head. You download something different, such that now the reader may not be able to follow. Overlooking proofreading and editing. Spelling and grammatical errors can detract from the professionalism of a report. Failing to proofread and edit thoroughly can leave a negative impression on the readers. Again, proofreading, very, very important. We may do a report, but we have not proofread. Look at this, unproofread paragraph. Can someone, okay, let me read. The site was beautiful with its scene views and quiet atmosphere. Whether or not the project succeeds depends on their ability to manage resources. The team needs to ensure its success. Can someone fathom what is being communicated here? Is it fathomable? What is written? But it's just a matter of lack of proofreading here. We have not proofread, yeah? Look when it is proofread now. Why is it wrong? That's the reason. Look when it is proofread. The site, look at the way he has written the site and look at how it is written here. Yeah, the site was beautiful with its scenic views. Here he was talking of scenic views instead of scenic views. So, with scenic views and quiet atmosphere, whether or not the project succeeds depends on the ability to manage resources. The team needs to ensure its success. So now, it is very, very important to ensure that you proofread whatever you have written, because you might have some very good report, well written, but because of those grammatical errors, lack of proofreading and everything, you display the wrong report to your audience, or the people whom the report is intended to. Ignoring the target audience, reports are written for a specific audience, and tailoring the content to meet their needs is crucial. Failing to consider the level of expertise and interest of the reader can lead to misunderstanding. Then there's also issue of lack of clarity. Then information overload, again, don't overload your report. Make sure that it is clear and concise and quite understanding. Inconsistent formatting, just I had mentioned, make sure that the fonts, the headings, the styles, make sure that their alignment is good. Now, we have some software tools for report writing. I do believe that we know most of them. We know what is there, or what we call Grammarly. I do believe that we interact with these tools each and every time. But I just wish maybe to demonstrate one that we call Quillbot. But Grammarly is just an English language writing assistance software tool. It reviews the spelling, grammar, and spelling mistakes, and it can help you. Once you have written your report, you can just maybe key in maybe paragraph or paragraph for it to proofread for you. Once you have already done your report, to make it more legible, in fact, for the person to understand it better, just use these tools because they are there and they are free of charge. We have Quillbot, again, is another tool. We have Ginger software, they are all there. We have the proofreading aid, we have a proof writing aid tool, which are there. But what I just want to show is what we call, just for a demonstration, I want to use Quillbot. And in this Quillbot, I want to use the same information. The site was beautiful, the wrong one. So here what you need to do, if you want this one to be proofread for you, or you want to use the software to assist you, you highlight this one. Once you highlight it, you can copy, or it just copies automatically to that end. You can just come and copy it here. Then, you see now it is the way it is. We have just picked it. I hope you can see. The site was beautiful with its scene views and quiet atmosphere. Whether or not the project succeeds depends on their ability to manage resources. The team needs to ensure its success. So you just come here and you tell it to paraphrase for you. As simple. Just hit this button, and it will write for you. You see now what is given. With its peaceful site and serene ambience, the city was stunning. Their capacity to handle resources will determine whether the project is successful or not. The group must make it sure it succeeds. If this language is from the group of school, continue, rephrase it again. What it is serene and ambience and breathtaking views, the only site was stunning. If that one is not enough, if you see that that is too complicated, rephrase again. The city was stunning with its serene atmosphere and vistas. How well they handle resources will determine whether the project succeeds or fails. They must make sure it is successful. So you can keep on rephrasing, and now this one will assist you. Such that now by the time you are presenting your report to your boss, or whoever maybe has sent you to do the report, now you will be able to present a good report that is legible, that is understandable, and these softwares are there for free. You can use them they come with this Word document, and they will assist you. Now, my conclusion. I was given 1 hour. I think I'm not doing very bad. Mastering the art of report writing is an invaluable skill regardless of your field. Remember, not only economists do reports, even other researchers, historians do reports, even mathematicians, I think they also do reports, scientists do reports. It is very, very important. A well-written report is a powerful tool for communication and decision making. If you write a good report, you are sent to go and do some research, you have given a good report, then it will help in powerful decision making. A wrong report, of course, will not be used for this good report decision making. Parting short, your report have the power to shape understanding and influence the outcomes. Depending on what is written in your report, understand your report first before writing it. And again, I want to emphasize, understand your report. Understand what you are supposed to do first. They say that you better spend the first 30 minutes sharpening your axe before you start cutting your tree. Otherwise, you might present a report which is totally out of topic. You do some things which are totally out of topic. And as I conclude, I want to give this story of how people don't take instructions when they are given. Out of this young lady who was to be married, and she had been brought up by her uncle. And her uncle was quite upbeat. He really wanted to support this marriage. So the uncle tells the lady that I'm the one who will do the cake, the wedding cake. Because you have been good to me, you have served me all along, and I want your marriage to be to be successful, and we'll all be happy in it. So now this guy goes and tells the baker of the cake that I want you to bake a very good cake, and this is what I want you to write. The uncle wanted to pass some very special message. Kuna mtu akona Biblia hapa? Hata kwa simu? Ebu nataka mtu anisomee. Go to the book of 1 John. This is what the uncle wanted to write. 1 John 4:18. 1 John, Haya, napatiwa microphone. Nani anasoma? Tafadhali. Yes, there is a lady here.
First John 4:18, there is no fear in love, but perfect love drives out fear, because fear has to do with punishment. Good. The one who fears is not made perfect in love.
Okay, good. This is what is written there. This is what you have read. 1 John 4:18, there is no fear in love, but perfect love casteth out fear, because fear hath torment. He that feareth is not made perfect in love. This is the message that the uncle wanted to pass to this young girl who was being married. And then the uncle goes and tells the baker, I want you to write these words in that cake. The guy goes, opens the Bible, goes to the book of John 4:18, and he writes. During that day, the uncle is told, we want your comments because you have been with this girl for so long. what is your comment? Then he says, my report is in that cake. Can you open that cake? The person who was given the work to go and do the cake, just flashed off the Bible. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Oh, John 4:18. Can you read what it says? And this is what is written in the cake. I read again, madam. Now, John 4:18. He was told first John 4:18. But because he never took instructions, but he goes and writes, instead of first John, he goes and writes John 4:18. Now people are waiting for the encore, for them to open the cake and then read. What was written in that cake?
John 4:18. The fact is, you have had 5 husbands, and the man you now have is not your husband. What you have just said is quite true.
This is what the guy wrote. And imagine this is a wedding. You have 5 husbands. Just because he never took instructions. John 4:18, 1 John 4:18. So, very, very important. Pay careful attention to instructions on what you are doing. People have found themselves in big mess for not taking into consideration the instructions which they have been given. When you are told by your boss, go and write this, can you ask him, what do you want me to write? Can you even go back to him 5 or even 10 times? Let me understand. What do you want me to write? In which areas? What do you want me to go and investigate? Do you want me to go and research on what? It's very, very important. So thank you very much, members, for listening to me. I do believe that I've not done so bad on time, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari, for the wonderful presentation. My question is related to the feedback that you were given yesterday by members from the academia, that sometimes we do a lot of research and report, but we realize that there is less appreciation and adoption by the policymakers. And from your presentation on the 5 wives and 1 husband, you realize sometimes we may spend so much on explaining the methodology, the how. And I think what I was speaking is maybe it's time we allow the wives to thrive and the husband to take less space. Because if we emphasize so much on how we did our research, the policymakers are really not interested on the how, but probably addressing the 5 wives. Maybe a suggestion, you could comment on that. Thank you.
Mine is on the jargon. And what is in my mind, or what is coming to my mind, is, does the target audience or readers matters? Because there's one of the long and jargon-filled paragraph that felt so soothing and poetic. So I think, there are some kind of audience who would prefer like such kind of long sentences and filled with those jargons. I think they feel that they're in their class. But again, when you also communicate to simple, maybe the members of public, you also choose the language. But I think both, depending on whom you are writing to or for. Thank you so much.
Maybe you can answer those questions. If there will be any, we can take them after this.
Okay. Thank you very much, members, for even giving me time to lend me your ears to even do that presentation. Question number 1 is the recommended format for the government minutes. When we do minutes in government, and I do believe that most of us maybe normally find yourself in a meeting whereby you are supposed to take minutes, and maybe you don't know how to do it, such that now we have some varied types of minutes that people normally come up with, and of course they don't communicate. And once you do your minutes, then come next time when you are now confirming those minutes, or when you are reading back or trying to go back to what you discussed, you keep on asking yourself, by the way, what did we say in this? When I was writing, how comes that maybe I skipped A, B, C, D? So you need to have a guide when you are writing minutes for government, because this is very, very important information for decision making and also maybe for taking the next step. Number 1, For government minutes, very, very important, they should have a minute number when you are doing the minutes. Some things, some tenets, basic principles that you should not forget. Any minute should have a minute number. And even before we go to the minute number, remember we have the issue of those who are present, those who are not absent. You need to have a list of the members who are present. You also need to ensure that through your chair, you ask, if you are the one who has begun the work of doing the minutes, ask whether there are some apologies that have been forwarded through your chair or maybe through another member who is in that meeting. Make sure that you document that. Make sure that you give the date of that minute, of that meeting. Make sure that you give a title. This is a meeting held on this and this date, and also the venue where it was held. Then when you now specifically come to the minutes, a minute should have a minute number. It should have a date. It should have a resolution, what was resolved, what was agreed upon. And finally, the responsibility. Who is responsible? Maybe you're like 10 members in that meeting, and maybe one person has been told to take action. Make sure that one is listed, and once you do that, I do believe that you have good minutes, such that even when you come to confirm, you can now start from there, you can now follow up on the actions which were taken by the respective members. Number two, feedback on members from the academia. Sorry, I was not here yesterday, but I just attempted. You talked about the 5 wives and the 1 husband, and then you are saying that you need the wife to thrive. Remember, there are 5 wives, by the way. The husband is only 1. But remember the wives. This is when we are coming of when, which is very, very important. By the time you are doing your report, of course, the issues of when, the issue of who, the issue of what, the issue of when, the issue of where, very, very important. And that is only what can shape your report. I can remember even when we were in our primary school, when we were being taught by our teachers to do compositions. You remember those days in primary school, the type of compositions, if at all your teacher used to pick a sample and go read them before the class. Remember how it used to be a very fascinating lesson. People not maybe able to understand what it's all about. But remember, teachers used to say, make sure that when was it done, who was doing it, what, when. So it is a principle that has been here for long, and it is very, very important because it guides. It gives a clear guide, and you can be able to do some good minutes if you follow that route. Otherwise, if you don't follow it, I think you might get lost along the way. It has been in use, I think, and it is still relevant even today. Now that we are doing our minutes, we are doing our reports, it's still quite relevant. Well, the issue of the jargon, yes, I agree. It depends on the people that your audience, the classes of lawyers, the likes of Akina Lumumba, the language that he might talk such that even when you are listening, maybe you laugh off. But your mother who is sitting there next to you, or maybe your grandmother who is there with you, will she understand, or your grandfather, your father? He might not understand. I even saw some people going ahead and trying to imitate Lumumba, that the language that he uses, coming here saying there is no point of crying over spoiled milk. Then they put the language. There's no point of making remorse over, I don't know, departed lactation fluid. Yeah? Then the guy goes and says, twinkle, twinkle, little stars. Then he writes, scintilate, little asteroids. Yes, there's those who maybe understand, but because the report is intended to go to various audience, I think it is good to make sure that it is simple and clear. And also, remember that most of the reports that we normally do are public reports. Research findings, they'll be read by so many people. It's good to keep it as simple as possible for you to capture all the audience and ensure that you communicate what your research finding is or what that report contains. Otherwise, I think that is what I was requested for, and once again, thank you very much, and I wish you a happy conference as we go towards the end tomorrow. All the best in it.
So thank you so much. Asante. Let's appreciate him, Moja. Thank you. So, members, as we come to an end, we are coming to a very exciting end. We have, like we are announced in the morning, we'll be having a presentation on wellness. And coming to the stage is Dr. Grace Mwangi, who is a senior lecturer at Moranga University of Technology, and she's going to take us through the session. I think this is one which is not about economics, Indio. So I'm sure everybody will be very excited and ready to see this presentation. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I know you have been here for a whole week, capacity building in economics. So I've come to distract status quo. I've come to move you away from the modeling, the report writing, the analysis, the very complicated issues that you navigate in your professional landscape. So I want us to focus on stress management so that we just remind ourselves on how to manage the animal in the room called stress. So I will explore the practical strategies for stress management, and I would like to apply the problem solution impact approach for stress management. So this is not to stress you further, but maybe just to ask the participants, what is the meaning of stress? What is stress? And it is written all over the screen, as you can see. I hope these are not the stressed economists. I don't know who these people are. So what is stress? Stress, as they define it, is a psychological and physical response to perceived challenges or threats. So our body responds to challenges or to situations that are quite challenging or difficult in various ways, both mentally and physically. So those responses is what we are referring to as stress, or if you wish, it is a non-specific response of the body to any demand. So where we have limitations of resources, time, of course, where we have challenges, our body responds in particular ways, but of course, the responses are not specific. People react to stress in different ways. Your stressors may not be my sources of stress, but the way I react is not the same way you are likely to react. And if you agree with me, stress is an everyday fact of life. This is something we struggle with. It is also something that we suffer from. But the good thing is stress can be managed. Now, I have a statement here that stress is usually seen as something we need to avoid. So how true is this statement? Do you agree with this statement? Do you disagree? I hear I agree. I have also heard I disagree. Maybe somebody who agrees maybe can tell us why they support this statement. I heard from this side, I agree. Are we in concurrence? Do we agree? You have changed your mind. Yes, great. Yes, we need some little bit of stress. We need some little bit of pressure to get things done. Otherwise, nothing gets done. So that is why we normally say that we have different types of stress. There's that form we call the eustress. Eustress is the positive stress. That stress, that pressure that gives us the push to complete our tasks, to do whatever we are required to do. Then if that is not guarded against, if we don't check against that, it resorts to the distress, the negative stress that causes diseases, make us sick, and the like. However, we also have the acute and the chronic stress, but we may not go to that. So we are in agreement that somehow, some little bit of stress is healthy for all of us. So it is something that has to be with us always. So what makes something or a situation stressful? You'll agree with me, for example, situations that have very strong demands, like possibly what we are all exposed to as economists. We are doing modeling, analysis, a lot of predictions. We are informing policy and the like. So that is something that has a strong demand on us and can cause stress. Then going on to situations that are imminent, things that are just about to happen. Maybe you have a tight deadline and the date is almost here. So this is something that can cause a lot of stress. Then life transitions, marriage, death, these are things that are stressful. Then timing, maybe something happening when it is not expected, something happening before the right timing. For example, you could be, let me use myself. I could be expectant, but suppose I get that baby before my due date. That could be, it's very stressful. Then ambiguity, when things are not clear, desirability. Of course, there are things that are desirable. They may be positive or negative, but also cause a lot of stress. Controllability, the things that we cannot control, the things we do not have control of. But then if we keep pushing ourselves, eventually something inside of us, normally said a red flag or a warning sign that stress is coming along the way, that it is creeping in. But maybe to ask, what are your red flags? What are your warning signs that stress is creeping into your life as economists? What are the red flags? This side, insomnia, yes, lack of sleep, indulging so much. This column, yes? Yeah, overeating, actually both, even dieting. Yeah? What else? There are so many. I've not heard a voice from this side. Yes? Yes, please. Headaches, migraines. Hakuna zingine? Yes? Mood swings. What about palpitations? Who gets palpitations like me? No one gets palpitations? Yes? Yeah, sweating a lot. So these are symptoms that stress could be catching up with you. And maybe again to ask, as an economist, what stresses you out? I hear minute lighting. Supervision of students or what? Yes? Yes. Meeting deadlines, postgraduate supervisions, quite stressful. Now, economists, where are you? What stresses you out? Mtaki kuniongeresha? Yes, not getting approvals, of course, tight deadlines. You deal with a lot of complex data analysis, I believe. Job security, insecurity may cut across all of us when the security of tenure is not guaranteed. Of course, everyone has high expectations for productivity and, of course, all external economic pressures. And the impact, this has a lot of impact on us. And I believe this is an image of an economist. So you can see all the graphs and and she is really stressed out. So as a result, this person or this lady is likely to experience burnout, extreme exhaustion, this reduced cognitive function. She cannot listen or think clearly, reduced creativity. They are not able to come with, they cannot think outside the box and come up with good ideas. Impaired judgment, which affect decision making. So you cannot make good decisions. Reduced productivity, you cannot be productive when you are stressed. Cases of absenteeism, because more often than not, you will need to maybe seek medical attention. High turnover rates for our staffs, and reduced morale, and also you don't wish to even get social with people, reduced need for collaboration. And stress, therefore, will affect our bodies in various ways. And therefore, it is important that we think about how we can manage or avoid stress. So some of the strategies is mindfulness and meditation. Mindfulness is basically focusing on your thoughts and feelings and emotions without judgment. So you just focus on what is going through your mind, how you are feeling, focusing on those emotions. So basically, it would entail taking that kind of a position where you just sit down, of course, close your eyes, breathe in and out as you focus on those thoughts and, of course, the surrounding. So that way you are able to redirect your thoughts and focus on more important things. Then you can also engage in physical activity and exercises whenever you have engaged yourself in a physical activity or an exercise, it improves our mood. It is a way of releasing or reducing our tension. Then setting realistic goals. Let us not bite more than we can chew. Let us set achievable goals that provide clarity, motivation, and a sense of clarity. Goals that we can achieve. Then healthy work environment. Let us promote a healthy work environment because it promotes employees' physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Developing hobbies and interests. These are many ways that we can engage in. You can engage in music, painting, any hobby that you positively identify yourself with, because such hobbies provide relaxation, enjoyment, and of course provide a break from our daily pressures. Then social support and networking. It is important that we create or build strong relationships with family, friends, our peers and colleagues, and even the members of the community at large, so that we create a strong support system. There's creating supportive teams just to help us manage stress, so that by fostering collaboration, open communication, and also a sense of belonging. Promoting open communication in the workplace. Let us have people come together, openly share their ideas. That way we provide even a way to ventilate, a way of people letting out pent-up emotions, therefore relieving stress. Needless to say, encouraging work-life balance, balancing between work and life. We cannot work and work and work and work throughout. There's also the other side of life, and there's need to create a balance so that we are not overwhelmed. Then seeking professional help. So should all the other avenues fail, sometimes stress can be so overwhelming. So seeking professional help is also varied, and it is also encouraged. After all, those professionals have been trained so that they can offer support and help to all of us when it is overwhelming. Then what are some of the personal habits we can adopt to manage our stress? Number one, maybe we can try this, starting the day with gratitude journaling or reflection. So just write down something positive to help you refocus. When you start on a positive note, you will have a positive mindset. Another habit is hydration and a balanced diet so that you are able to maintain your energy levels. Of course, avoid multitasking. We like saying a lot, especially our gender, that the way we love multitasking. At times we end up accomplishing nothing. Nothing gets done by the end of the day. So it is important when we focus on one task at a time for better outcomes. Consistent sleep schedule, of course, and taking regular breaks. Let us move away from those screens. We are on our phones almost 24 hours a day. It is important at least maybe 30 minutes before sleep, move away from that screen, move away from that gadget, move away from that laptop, yeah, and create some time for sleep. Practice deep breathing, very important. Also stay active, and as the saying goes, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. So let us avoid being idle at any one time. Strive to get enough sleep, and also create time and connect with the people that we love. So if we manage our stress, of course, it comes with benefits. We have improved decision making. So for us as economics, at the end of the day, we'll have better forecasts and outcomes. Will be more better to collaborate and communicate with our teams. In the long run, we'll have mental and physical well-being for our career success. And we'll change our mindset about stress. We'll be able to view it as something that can be managed and as a motivator, especially when it is tackled effectively. And being with economists, I have a graph so that it's back in you, Masana. They are just a graph to show the strong positive correlation between between reduced stress and increased productivity, just so that we're able to appreciate that when we manage our stressors, we will have improved productivity and will be more productive. But for us, maybe just to ask ourselves, are we dealing with stress the right way? How are we dealing with our stress? Are we dealing with stress the wrong way? How are you dealing with stress in your workplace? Are you doing it right, or are you doing it the wrong way? So I've used the dead horse theory, a rather satirical metaphor that is constantly being used, just to show us how sometimes we keep on insisting on employing strategies that do not work. So it is time to move. If things are not working, the strategies that we are using to manage stress are not working, we need to move away from that. We need to dismount and be more proactive and adopt more strategies that work. So if you are doing any of these, then you could be dealing with stress the wrong way. Avoidance or denial. Maybe that man cannot believe that the horse is dead. And I'm wondering whether the horse is dead. It has opened, the eyes are wide open. Yeah, so he's really wondering. Yeah, you know, that is avoidance or denial. That is a strategy that we need to leave behind. It was mentioned here, substance use, overeating, under-eating, overworking, you know, negative self-talk. You're always criticizing yourself. Could you also be relying on quick fixes? For example, when you are so stressed, you decide to go shopping. You know, that is a rather temporal way of handling stress. So we can try to be more proactive and adopt strategies that work. So I was given 30 minutes. I hope I have not exceeded. So do you have any questions? Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Grace, for that wonderful lesson or session on stress management. I think in most of our offices, economists are the most stressed people, because when big, huge reports come, they are normally given to economists to provide a brief on them. And you see, they have to read all of it. And sometimes whoever gives you that work thinks that you can read it like in a minute. So you really have to spare time, even at night, instead of sleeping, you take work at home. I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of economists. Yeah, so sometimes this happens and you end up having most economists take to some drink after they deliver that report or that brief. In the evening, you'll find them somewhere trying to relieve themselves. So one of the questions I wanted to ask is whether a drink can relieve stress. Secondly, you know, sometimes and this is a case I think I have experienced with somebody else, somebody tries to show signals that they are stressed, trying to talk in a way that says that things are not working. But the people who are seeing this or who are being talked to seem not to see the signal. So how do you, when you are stressed, how do you ensure that you do not send wrong signals so that when the time reaches for you to make a decision which is not good, people don't look back and say, I saw this, but I didn't read it beyond this signal. Yeah, because we've seen even some people commit suicide because, you know, they try to reach out in different ways, probably not, you know, not openly. Probably they are doing it, but they also don't want to reveal a lot about what they are going through. But nobody is seeing. So they end up dying. And then later on, somebody says, I saw this, you know, there were some signals. So how do you read these signals from such people? And lastly, do we have positive stress? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to add on to what Dr. is talking about, especially in the place of work, where you actually can see the telltales of someone who is going through stress. What are the best techniques or approaches to assist that person without really victimizing them?
One more. And since the Bible has been quoted today, using the same cue, when I read the Bible, I see a lot of incidences of stress related. And in the morning, we are told that what is not reported is not data. So what is the data telling us today as far as stress in Kenya? And how does that also relate with the cases of the femicide that are increasing? Is it because that we have more reporting that they used to happen many times in the past, but we were not reporting, now we are reporting? What is the data saying today as far as that is concerned?
Thank you so much for the presentation that you've given. It's really helpful. And I wish you can touch slightly on the issue to do with alcoholism, because truly we cannot assume that a drink can help somebody who is stressed. And if we can be able to bail most of us out of that pit, it can be of good help. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe as you answer it, is it the drink or is it that we go to socialize? Maybe that is what is missing there.
So thank you, Dr. Grace. I want to ask about men specifically, and especially our colleagues. Sometimes you can see someone is terribly stressed, and during that time, you want to ask maybe for guidance in regard to work, but you are unable to approach that person because you can see the tempers are very high, but they are not able to open up and see what could be the problem. You can see literally this person is really stressed, but you are unable to approach them or ask them what is their problem. how can you bring it out in a manner that men are able to even speak amongst themselves if they can't speak to the ladies who they work with? Sometimes you realize that somebody has drunk or has been drinking or even has gone to depression, not actually drinking, but has gone to depression. Then you're asking what happened, because it's a past tense. And especially economists, we have had such issues of where people have gone to depression, they are not talking to one another, and then at the end of the day, you realize that somebody is abandoning, not attending jobs, and there is a lot of absenteeism, and then you are told later on someone went to depression. So how can men open up? For us ladies, we discuss so much, and we are able to help one another. But our colleagues, the other gender, they are so closed up to a level whereby they do not present their issues.
People are opening up, eh? People are opening up. Any other question, reaction?
Okay, I'm Keegan Sharon from National Police Service. And my question is, as an expert in that area, what are the efforts that you are putting in place to ensure that there are health and mental wellness policies in the organization? Yeah, like we were developing the National Police Service health mental wellness policy, but we are getting some adults because there are no referrals to many health wellness policies. Thank you.
Okay, I have some here that have been projected. On stress management, what are your proposals or recommendations to government on dealing with escalating number of stress? And then how do you address stressed individuals who have chosen to project their stress to others? What are some of the effective stress management techniques for employees? And then how can time management help reduce work-related stress? What role does communication play in managing stress at work? And how can employers support their employees in managing stress? What are some of the strategies for maintaining healthy work-life balance? And finally, how can I deal with difficult colleagues or managers without getting stressed?
Okay, thank you, Dr. for your presentation. In my observation, one of the biggest sources of stress, especially to men, is financial stress. So every time a man is not able to meet his obligations, financial obligations, it brings a lot of stress. So we need to tackle that if we are to handle more than 50% of the stress experienced by men, according to me. Number two, at the workplace, I was in another forum, maybe government can also introduce lactating booth for women at the workplace, if that is possible. And I was just trying to imagine, can we embrace cycling? We just have a few bikes like in such a workshop. I was just trying to imagine if I had a chance to, in the evening, to cycle, it will be less stressful. I know it works. So those are just few ideas I wanted to float to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought Matthew was going to say that the major cause of stress to men was women.
No,
but he said it was money.
I was actually whispering.
Oh.
I was whispering. Beside financial stress, I think for men, if they also can get legitimate sex, is a very good stress reliever. Thank you.
Yeah. So 50% financial issues, 50% women.
Is giving up a stress management technique? Giving up, is it a stress management technique?
Thank you for that presenter, Dr. Grace, presentation. So when does it become stress for people who work in, I think like economists have a lot of busy days, like extremely busy. Some are very tough, but they manage and they know they've learned how to manage those days. So can you say they are stressed when they work under a lot of pressure, and yet it is like cyclical? So there are those days you will not sleep, you will carry the report, our chair said home, and you might not sleep, but then the next day you can get over that and you become okay. So when does it become stress for someone who works in such an environment? Sometimes it's very bad, you manage it, then other times you come back to it. Yeah, just a clarification, thank you.
I think, Dr. you can tackle those first. We see if we'll have another round. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Now, something very interesting coming out, allowed alcoholism, drinking, and the first participant asked, can you release stress through a drink? Are there drinkers here? Tufungue roho. Does that drink relieve stress? It does, but temporarily. Those are the quick fixes that we talked about. It's a quick fix that this thing is really bringing me down, so can I have one or two for the road? Yes, you will sleep that day, but the problem will still find you tomorrow. So could be a temporal relief for stress. Giving up, is it a stress management technique? What happens when you give up? You said it to the close. Well, I think giving up may not be a good way to manage stress. Because this thing will still be in your subconscious, it will keep on recurring. And really, you not have gotten rid of it completely. So it is not time to give up, but it is good that we try some of the techniques before we throw our hands. Yeah, because it means that this thing will still live with us. I also got a question on strategies for work-life balance. Yes, there are many strategies for balancing between work and life. I know you are coming from the government or in the public sector. Do you have happy hour? That is one strategy. Happy hour. Because it is there even in a private sector. I know some company at 4, every Friday, they have the happy hour.
Maybe you can elaborate. The happy hour we know is when you go and you find drinks at half price. So maybe you can tell us.
So the happy hour I'm talking about is where it is Friday, Then we have the people in charge of catering, bringing all manner of food and drinks for employees. Those who take water, there's a lot of water. Those who take tea, tea is there. Del Monte, watu wa Del Monte na Jija, it is in plenty. Watu wa Kamunyoes, it is there, it is available, all bloods and all, all sorts of drinks, so that people can have time off their busy schedules, so that people can have time to interact, laugh, and, socialize and network. So happy hour, maybe our boss is here. It's one of the strategies that we'll be looking forward to. We can benchmark in companies that are already doing that. I know one company in Upper Hill. So these things are just with us and near us, only that we are not implementing. So I don't know how they do it to regulate so that people don't overdo it, but I think it's a good way. Taking a holiday, it's a way of balancing between work and life. Taking a holiday with your family, with your loved ones, I think it's a good way. Now, also got, how do you lead, no. So how do you ensure, of course, things are not working for you and you are stressed. So how do you ensure that you are not setting the wrong signals? So probably you could maybe try to seek for support. We have mentioned that we have all these trained professionals who are available to assist us, to give us professional advice, therapy, and the like, so that we don't go overboard and, we don't send the wrong signals. Somebody also asked, the role of what? How has, no, I wrote in Greek. It was so fast. I only picked a few things. How does stress affect employees? Of course, when your employees are stressed, there are many things. They get sick, and I don't know whether this is happening to men. Hair loss. Men, are you losing your hair? Nywele iko ama haiko? Yeah, those are some of the indicators. So we need to create a conducive environment so that we are not exposing our people. What else? Yeah, there are these also colleagues who are also so closed up that it is hard even to know how to approach them, and they were labeled the other gender. They are so closed up. I think they know themselves. They don't like opening up. You see, with ladies or with women, we say everything. Imagine we say everything. So there's this other gender that will like regrouping, keeping in cocoons, their cocoons, and they tend to remain there with their problems. The other gender, what do you think we can do to assist you? Wacha tuambiwe na mtu wa the other gender. What do you think we can do to assist you? Because a lot goes on in your mind, but you don't share.
Are they willing to hear what we have to say?
Yes, they are here. I can see many of them.
I think the only way is we can assist ourselves is by being in a masculine group. Maybe we don't need to isolate ourselves, just like women are working in groups, because it helps them to relieve their stresses. And for men, it works when we are in a masculine group of men where we interact and we share our experiences every time, regularly. And also reading masculinity books also can assist us. For those who are not used to reading, you can start reading those books and be in a group of men. You can't miss. Wanasema penye wazee hapaharibiki neno.
But I've seen, if you are very masculine, ladies use, mnatumia which word? In US wanasema nini you are? Toxic. Toxic masculinity. So how do you become masculine? And if you are masculine, unaambiwa you are being toxic. That's also another question, maybe. Anyone?
Yes. Let me add
Yeah.
on how a man can reduce the level of stress. Many people don't believe that men cry. But when you are fully stressed, just hide yourself in a room and cry over the issue, and let it go, and it will go.
Okay. I believe on that area of opening up, if what men need is a safe space, because they don't want, after opening up, then they hear their story out there. And men can connect, even if they don't know each other and they don't know the other person's name, they can beat stories. The only problem is whoever that I'm opening up to should not tell that story out there. So as long as there are safe spaces, like what he was saying, men can also open up, but there are very few people whom you can confide with.
Thank you very much. My comments, I think two issues. One, men like acting. They don't leave the person they are. And they like, because they act for various reasons. For example, a man can project himself like he earns a lot. So when demands come from the wife, we take children to Hillcrest, only to realize your true salary cannot support that, and now you have a housing tax and all those taxes, and you're not realistic and saying, babe, this thing cannot work, this is what can work. So please, live yourself and within your means. Don't create an impression to your wife that you can do what you know you cannot do. Number two, I think men need to truly love their families. Again, when you truly love, you will gain that respect. I know what men needs is respect. When you truly love and you are realistic to yourself, you have nothing to hide, then you will get that love and respect back. But as at now, you will go to the bar, and now I see there was a social media one showing, will take care of your husbands. So then they'll take care of you temporarily there, but still you will suffer. So learn to belong and live within your means. Thank you.
Be yourself. Zika utapata bibi ukifanya hivyo. Hebu tuambie kama.
Sijapata hiyo, lakini nataka kusema. Thank you for that comment. Drinking is not a solution though. But I've also noticed something. The presentation bordered more on, or leaned more towards the stress itself. But the discussion already on the floor now is about depression. And I think there's a slight difference between the two, because stress is something that we manage, and you mentioned it. You said it can be positive. Meaning that the stressor factors Once they dissipate, you're back to normal. Meaning it can happen to any individual in whatever situations as long as they are stressors. But now what is being discussed is now a prolonged condition of abnormality in terms of how the normal cognitive abilities, or rather how you handle yourself. And now that borders on mental issues and the aspect of depression, which now we see people get into drinking and all that. But I think that is beyond the level of the stress which we normally handle on a daily basis because of more work. You handle that report goes and you feel relieved. I think maybe or probably we can also share more on the differences between the two so that we can now identify the signals or the early enough so that we can handle them early enough. But also stress the point that stress is good. Mimi nanifanyanga kwanza ni handle become more productive sometimes. Actually, it is true. You feel stressed and you don't want to wake up normally or as you usually do. But within those minutes of delayed sleep, you get an answer to the problem that was troubling or was stressing you. And you wake up, you jump, and you handle it, and you're good, and you're happy at the end of the day. And it is gone, and you're back to normal.
Thank you for your very open and candid responses. And I believe that the answers are with us. The other gender, we know what we can do to relieve stress. And of course, a lot has been mentioned, but the one of locking yourself or hiding yourself somewhere and crying and letting it go, is it so easy for a man to cry? I think is it so easy for a man to go that direction? Well, I'm not sure, but I think at the bottom line is that we can try so many things, but as long as they do not work, we can always go for professional help and support.